Greetings, programs. Welcome. Well, we'll call this season 2, episode 10. It is Tuesday, May 30th of the supposed year 2023, if you believe in that sort of thing. This is going to be a repeat, actually. It is something that I did in the beginning when I first researched genealogy. Now, I mention the bloodlines and genealogy a lot. What happened way back when, it was my first real experience with whatever happened that happened. I really, to this day, I'm still unsure what actually happened. Was it censorship? Was it just coincidence? I don't know. But once I released this audio on my very first radio show, which was called A World Without Grey, I did 3 episodes, but the station itself wasn't organized, and I just got fed up with it, as you'll hear in this show. What this is basically the knowledge that I had before I started any of this, which really goes to what the plan is, what Theosophy and the Jacobites and all of these different... What is this New World Order? What is the Illuminati? What is all that stuff? The real story behind it, which once I read all of this, was lost. All of my research got tainted. It was really strange because only the files, the documents that were genealogy based, were the ones that somehow got corrupted in a way that weren't recoverable. And to this day, because everything else was fine. It was only these documents. And to this day, I don't know what to think about that. But considering the other censorship I've gone through, it's very likely that someone went in and did this. So I didn't have the will, really, to go back and find all this stuff again. I'm glad that I read it into this about 5-hour long presentation. I highly recommend, if you haven't heard this before, even if you have, to listen to it again. There's things in the second hour and towards the end that are just priceless information. This originally aired on Sunday, February 3rd, 2013, so it's kind of like a 10-year reunion, a 10-year anniversary, and a few months. And I'm going to put a link in the description, which will take you to the blog site where all of the websites and sources are listed. Some of them are not working. Of course, they've been taken away. However, you can go back to the way back machine, which is archive.org, I think, and you can type in these addresses and look. And of course, there is a recorded version of, say, back in 2013 when I got these. Again, a lot of these sources have been taken down. I also will say that this is very relevant to our current topic, which is why I'm reposting it, because I keep telling you about the nation-state model, and this is how in my research, I believe that the royal family has taken over every country and formed this global society, this global government that they wanted to do for so long through this, not only the nation-state model, but as a bloodline, quote-unquote, royal family. Again, over and over and over, we see that's who is ruling in every country, and I should say every nation-state. So it's very relevant to my current work. Episode 11 will go back to the nation state and explain it in totality. A lot about how commerce works, international commerce, Unidroit, and that sort of stuff. It might be 2 episodes because it's so much information. I really don't know if you guys understand the full scope of how this works. I don't know if you really understand. When I say all presidents are related, and all vice presidents, and all businessmen, and all anybody with clout, all the actors, it is one giant happy bloodline, right? Now, there's a few things in here. I'm gonna present this unchanged. The few things in here I might question myself now. One of those being blood type. I was convinced that blood type had to do with it, and I'm still not sure one way or the other. I, however, did finally get tested. Someone, quite a few people asked. I am of the positive blood persuasion, meaning I would be, according to this theory, a victim of the others, those who, so, that part may or may not be true. I've heard that your blood type can change. So I won't detract or retract or say it's untrue. At this point, I'm not sure. That's probably the one thing I'd want to caveat before listening to this, that I'm definitely not suggesting that if you're of a negative blood type that you're somehow one of them or inherently evil or anything like that. It's just, I mean, it's not coincidence. I will tell you that. It's not coincidence to hear the blood types of the royals and of all these people who are their family and rule us. So, when I say Obama carries AB negative blood with him, the rarest type of royal blood, that can't be dismissed so easily, right? So anyway, I just wanted to caveat, and I wanted to say, hey, again, thanks for listening. This is such an important piece of my particular history and what I researched. And the reason I don't talk about it a lot in full detail is simply because all my research was destroyed. So I wanted to represent this in its entirety, and really just, make you understand. Seriously, listen to this, at least the first few hours, because the information in here on the Lucius Trust and, again, Theosophy, the explanation of Lucifer and that kind of stuff, the secret societies, those plans to kill a lot of people, that 1/4 of the population believe it's their duty to kill the 1/4 of the population that won't conform to their will. Well, that's a lot of us out here. I mean, it really does describe us. So, without further ado, I present to you Total Genealogical Immersion, one of the first shows I ever did as a quote-unquote host. So, sit back, relax, enjoy, if that's the proper term for it. Take care.
Continuing to play your history.
What if we were to tell you that American presidents aren't chosen by ballot, but instead by blood?
Look, there's a...
That's right. The candidate with the bluest blood has won the race for president every time. And according to a man who writes things on the internet, 33 U.S. presidents are descendants of Emperor Charlemagne.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Who is it? And it doesn't stop there. These guys aren't just related to royalty, they're related to each other.
Now that we know Vice President Dick Cheney and Senator Barack Obama are distant cousins, the New York Post decided to check into the genealogy of President Bush, and his family tree has people talking. Early Show national correspondent Tracy Smith has the story of George W. Bush's many relations.
My honor to bring to you the 41st president, a great dad, George H.W. Bush.
We all know his father, but what about his cousins? Check out this family tree, done with research by Ancestry.com.
What would you say if I told you he's related to all of those people?
But you're wrong.
Oh, no, I'm not. Let me take you through this, branch by branch.
The 101st Airborne Division, air assault.
Vice President Dick Cheney, the man who's only a heartbeat away from the presidency, is actually a blood relation. He's President Bush's 9th cousin once removed. Cheney's cousin Barack Obama is also Bush's 11th cousin and the 9th cousin of Brad Pitt. But we're only just getting started. President Lincoln was President Bush's 7th cousin 5 times removed, and Bush shared more than just a ballot with John Kerry. That's right, they're 9th cousins twice removed.
Really? What do you think of that?
Yeah, they have the same chin.
There's also royalty in the Bush bloodline. Princess Diana was Bush's 11th cousin, twice removed. And then there's this bombshell.
Happy birthday, Mr. President.
Sure, she may have been singing to JFK, but what about GWB? He is, after all, her 9th cousin, 3 times removed.
Oh, maybe it's the eyebrows. I think the eyebrows.
They have the same eyebrows.
He's also related to Playboy founder Hugh Hefner, even Pocahontas, and Vlad the Impaler. Trace the family tree far enough, and you get Madonna, Celine Dion, and Tom Hanks.
My mom always said life was like a box of chocolates.
After all, genealogy can sometimes be like a box of chocolates. You never know who you're going to get. For the early show, Tracy Smith, no relation to George Bush that I know of. CBS News, New York.
And of course, Barack Obama has said he doesn't think he and Cheney are kissing cousins, but Brad Pitt says if it's true, he's in great company.
In either of those first 2 books, though, who knew you and Dick Cheney cousins?
You know, listen, I don't think I'm going to family reunion. I don't know how I'll be greeted.
What did you make of that story? For those who don't know this, so Lynn Cheney, the vice president's wife, has been doing some genealogy connected to her latest book, and lo and behold, way back, 8 generations ago?
8 generations or
you
something.
and Mr. Cheney apparently have some distant relative. What did you make of that story when it came?
You know, I actually knew about it because somebody had done some genealogy before, and they had sent it to me, this long sheet. And, you know, had all these famous names, you know, Mark Twain and this and that and the other, and then Dick Cheney. And I took a pause. And, you know, I just said, well, you know, as long as he's okay with it, I'm okay with it too, because I'm not going to stop talking about these messed up policies in Iraq just because.
Your cousin.
Yeah, we're not kissing cousins, as they say. But no, you know, these folks have been doing all these genealogies on me, and you know, they've found all sorts of strange connections.
This has got to be the strangest, though.
Well, listen, if you go back far enough, you know, you got all kinds of crooks and thieves in your family.
It's a great thing for history.
George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, William Howard Taft, and President Barack Obama. One young girl traced them all back to one common ancestor.
They're all cousins and all grandsons of John Lackland.
It's the first family tree of its kind. Pouring through more than 500,000 names for months, 12-year-old Bridge Ann d'Avignon discovered that all the U.S. presidents, except Martin Van Buren, are related to the former King of England, John Lackland Plantagenet, signer of the Magna Carta in 1215.
Mildred Reed is his first great-grandmother on George Washington. And on Obama, Mildred Reed is the 10th great-grandmother.
It started as an assignment to research her own lineage, tracing it back to roots in France. But Bridge Ann wanted to branch out.
Well, I think we just all go back somewhere. It's just a matter of proving it.
She started with George Washington. But unlike other professional genealogists that only looked at the male family lines, Bridge Ann was able to link the presidents together using both male and female ancestry. Before this, historians had only been able to link 22 family trees.
She kind of created a triumph of women's studies here.
Bridge Ann also figured out she's an 18th cousin of President Obama, something she hopes to be able to share with him in person.
I've written a letter to Obama, but I just gotten standard reply. I hope to meet the president and explain it to him.
In Paso Robles, Adam Rakusin.
What you just heard was, in fact, the mainstream media letting you know a little bit of information about the genealogy of the presidents of the United States, as well as some other folks that you might know. Now, the interesting aspect of this, what we need to know, I guess to begin this, is to say that the very definition of conspiracy is simply a plan between 2 or more people. Now, that's a very simplistic way of saying the word conspiracy, but the reality of the situation is that this is more of a conspiracy between bloodline. Bloodline is, if you research far enough and you spend years trying to figure this stuff out, you come to the only conclusion that you can, which is that bloodline is everything when it comes to politics, when it comes to the world leaders, when it comes to your history, when it comes to just about everything in life. Unfortunately, we have a situation that, well, it means that your rulers, the people that you pay tithing to, the people that you pay taxes to, the people that you fall on your knees and worship every time a blockbuster movie comes out, the people that you get on your knees and ask permission to do things, called politicians. These, unfortunately, are all the same group of people. Not just a group of people, not just a corrupt bunch of people, but a bloodline. Now, before we get started, I think it's important to note here that the Constitution of the United States states that, or was it the Declaration, but it states that all men are created equal. Well, it turns out, folks, that that's not exactly true. You see, if all men were actually created equal, we would all be made up of the same goo, blood and other types of DNA, other types of genes. But the fact of the matter is that bloodline and blood type very much fall into the same category. In fact, I am here to tell you today that I believe, after this research, that bloodline is blood type. What does that mean? Well, it means simply that when we refer to the elite, to the Illuminati, to the royal lines, all of these different things, guess what? We're not talking about just some corrupt group of people. We're talking about a genetically, possibly, corrupt bunch of people who have been inbreeding since the dawn of their existence. But it goes even further than that, you see, because blood types, since all men are not created equal, blood types are very different from one another. There's even, I suggest people start looking into this because there's diets specifically for blood type. If you are a negative, meaning you test negative for what is called the Rh gene or rhesus monkey gene, which accounts for about 10 to 15% of the entire Earth's population. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. So that means 85 to 90% of the people of this Earth test positive on their blood type. In other words, positive for the rhesus monkey gene. Well, does that figure not sound familiar? Like the 85 to 90% of the population that is, well, these people talk about extinguishing? You heard about the depopulation agenda where 85 to 90% of the people really just need to go? Well, consider this, folks. Rh negative blood. When a woman tries to have a baby with an Rh positive, meaning, as far as I understand it, that a person with iron blood tries to mix with a person with copper-based blood, which is why the royals are apparently called blue bloods, because of course when copper oxidizes, what happens? It turns a bluish color, blue blood. In other words, iron turns red, right? So what are we saying here? Well, as you just heard, all of the U.S. presidents are indeed cousins. Not just cousins, but blood line and blood type cousins. In other words, in order to pass down the bloodline or the blood type, the mother or father or both absolutely must be a negative blood type. A positive blood type and another positive blood type will not pass the negative blood type down. So when we're talking about bloodlines, we're talking really, if I have my research correct, we're really talking about bloodline, or blood type, excuse me. Now, just a few of the unconfirmed people that I've found that do have negative blood. Eisenhower, Kennedy, Nixon, Bill Clinton is AB negative apparently, and George Bush Sr. is A negative. So we have O negative, AB negative, and A negative. We also have apparently the Shroud of Turin was AB negative blood. Prince Charles and the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth II, is also type O negative blood. Prince William, of course, being a son of two negative blood types, is also a negative blood type. I'm assuming an O. Other people like Zachariah Sitchin is type negative. Lots of celebrities. O.J. Simpson is a good example. Ron Goldman, Lacey Peterson, O negative bloods. Actually, O.J. Simpson is A negative. The important part about this is that blood type does not preclude the possibility of being of a different racial background. One of the interesting things that I found was that Obama, when he goes on his trips, as reported by Time magazine, takes a bunch of AB negative blood with him in case he needs a transfusion. So, how does this blood type get passed around? Well, I wrote back when I was pretending to run for president, I wrote that, basically I have no chance to run for president because the bloodline is always the president. There is no case in United States history where a bloodline cousin of the Queen of England has not been the president. Now, some of this information I'm sure that some people out there have heard, others probably not. Let me just read a few of the relatives of your current president, Barack Obama. Interesting that his name was changed, as many people's names are. Barack Hussein Obama, as far as his line of succession within the royal family. Now, I thought that Mitt Romney was actually more royal in his genes than Obama, but I believe I was mistaken when I made that prediction. Because now, after pulling up all of this research, and I've spent 6 months pulling up this research, Barack Hussein Obama is the 22nd grandson of William the Conqueror. He's the first cousin 15 times removed of Anne Boleyn, the Queen of England. First cousin 19 times removed of Henry V. The first cousin 16 times removed of Henry VIII. And that's a good example of what the concept of being a removed cousin actually means. Obviously, King Henry V was 3 generations before Henry VIII. Therefore, Barack Obama is 19 times removed as a first cousin from Henry V, and for his great-great-grandson, Barack Obama is first cousins only 16 times removed because of the generation gap. So when we hear the word removed, we're talking about how many generations of first cousins that exist in that family. He's also the third cousin 14 times removed of Mary I, Queen of Scots. Third cousin 8 times removed of James Madison. Seventh cousin of Harry Truman. Seventh cousin 7 times removed of Abraham Lincoln. Eighth cousin with Jimmy Carter, the U.S. president. Eighth cousin with Dick Cheney, and ninth cousins of Gerald Ford. Unfortunately, a lot of these people changed their name. Gerald Ford was actually a little more difficult to find because Gerald changed his name from Leslie King to Gerald Ford, as you often find. And that makes genealogical studies a little difficult because you have to find out what the names of these people actually are. It gets a little more interesting when you start getting outside of the political realm, although in my personal belief, there is no outside of the political realm. I couldn't figure out, as I was looking at all these genealogical studies, I was amazed when I found that every actor in Hollywood just happens to be blood relations with the Queen of England and with all presidents.
And I couldn't believe it when I was in, and I didn't understand it until I realized how important celebrities actually are to the political spectrum. I could not put that piece together. And then I saw Angelina Jolie and Madonna talking about their global exports of their particular brand of what is right and wrong and how to treat other. You know, I understand now when Matt Damon does a movie like the current movie that's out in the theaters called Promised Land. It's a propaganda movie. I actually wanted to write about this, but if you look at the beginning of the movie, and it's a fantastic movie, by the way, and I hate to give any spoilers out, but there's a wonderful, wonderful expose on controlled opposition in that movie. I highly recommend watching it for just that. But, you see, Promised Land was created by an Arab, the United Arab Emirates. That was the main producer. And it's against fracking. Now, I'm against fracking, mostly because oil is not necessary. We can burn water as fuel. We don't need hydrogen, we just need water. It's called Brown's gas. 10,000 miles to the gallon on H2 or H3O. It's very simple, but completely hidden from the public. Completely, everybody that's tried it has, of course, been taken down. So, I'm against all oil for the most part, but the point is that this movie was against fracking in the United States, against the natural gas concept in the United States. Really, in my humble opinion, that was to make people even more afraid of using our own natural resources and keeping the dependence on foreign oil in the forefront. Now, the importance of being a person like Matt Damon, who is very closely related to these presidents and this bloodline. I don't have his particular information in front of me. But the importance politically of people like Bono of U2, all these people who are so politically involved, the importance of those people are much more important than any politicians that we might have, because they are the ones that guide the public opinion, really, for the most part. The majority of people listen to what celebrity or celebrities have to say. So that's where we are. I mean, we are literally worshiping one group of people that we do not even realize is just one big family in Hollywood, in Washington, D.C., and of course, all over the world in positions of power. And that's where we are today. Now, I got my hands on this very special book. It is actually the Holy Bible. It is alphabetically indexed, and it is literally named, from 1942, the Holy Bible Red Letter Edition. And it is the Masonic edition, cyclopedic, indexed by someone named Herzl. I think we know what kind of name that is. So basically, this is a Masonic Bible, and the front cover has nothing but the Masonic symbol, the compass and the square. It's very interesting. But I wanted to read you, because you're going to hear me on this show, if that is, if I can get these problems fixed, April. Yeah, you're going to hear me constantly putting down and bashing the Constitution, and I know a lot of people don't like to hear that because it's their religion. I'm going to tell you the truth. That's what I'm going to be telling you on this show, and it's not going to conform to your beliefs. It's going to harm your ego, and trust me, I've already been through ego death. Okay, at this point, nothing I used to believe is true. Okay, everything I learned in school is completely false. And of course, this information that I'm telling you now is literally the most important information you can know. Everybody talks about the Illuminati, everybody talks about Masons, everybody talks about all these elitist groups, and yet no one apparently has figured out that it's all just one single group of people, one bloodline, one blood type. which is negative. Now, this is not to say that other people aren't helping in the greed and opportunity basically rules in this world, no matter who it harms. But the main players, all the famous people, all the celebrities, I've found are all related to this bloodline. So let's go back to the Masonic Bible. And if you really want to understand why I am so against the Constitution, why I'm so against any document that claims to give me rights, which are always in legal documents, if you want to know why I'm so against it, listen to what the first page of this Masonic Bible states. The defense of democracy, not the republic, okay? The defense of democracy in the land of liberty. It states that George Washington, the founder of this country, I'm quoting now, was the first Grand Master of Masons of this Commonwealth, comprising the 13 original states of this land of liberty, founded on the principles of brotherly love, faith, hope, and charity, the vital breath of which is individual liberty and an equal opportunity to all of its citizens. Now it keeps going, and it says, quote, of the 29 major generals in Washington's army, 24 were Master Masons. Of the 37 brigadiers, 30 were Master Masons, proving that this land of liberty was founded by Master Masons. Now, this might not be news to most people, but come on. I'm supposed to support some government that was created by Masons? Okay, we're going to get into a lot more on this, but just so you understand what George Washington actually was, we're going to continue. Now, this land of liberty was founded by Master Masons. Now, as then, Masonry's challenge is the Holy Bible. Its teachings from the center to circumference symbols of the everlasting. The Washington Monument is built of stone contributed by all the nations of the earth to honor the founders of this republic. From Arlington, it looks like a giant spike, which God had driven, saying, oh, I can't read that. Here, stake a claim for the home of liberty. Again, of the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence, 53 were Master Masons. Okay, folks, and that goes for the Constitution as well. Now, in this book, it worships the building of Solomon's Temple. It has a very interesting bunch of information regarding Masons, and I plan on actually scanning this and putting it out there for people to read themselves instead of going into the full concept of it now. But I just find this book to be absolutely fascinating for someone like me who has never had the proof right in front of their eyes of the founding of this country. I got to tell you, this book is fantastic. So, keeping that in mind, we really need to understand what was happening back then with Masonry. We have to understand the full story. And to do that, I'm going to have to read a bunch of stuff here. So I'm just going to, not necessarily in any kind of order, but for those of you that doubt any of this, a gentleman named Brooks Baker of Burke's Peerage, which is the top genealogical site in England, the one that basically keeps the records. And keep in mind that to a king and queen and to any nobility or royalty, and in this case, in America, we call them celebrities, people who do very little work and yet are wealthy just because they're in Hollywood. See, we've replaced the nobility and royalty and dukes and earls because we can't have those in this country. We can't have those titles of nobility according to the Constitution. So we have celebrities. Why in the hell is Kim Kardashian so wealthy? Well, it's not because she's pretty. It's not because she's talented. It's because she's a royal bloodline member of the royal family. Okay, that is it. How do you create dukes and earls in America? They don't do anything necessarily in England or wherever they are in the world. No, they're wealthy because they have blood type, bloodline. That's it. So Brooks Baker, Burke's Peerage states that you can't just write off 200 years of accurate predictions, pointing out that Mike Dukakis learned about the royal factor the hard way. The 1988 Democratic nominee and son of Greek immigrants had no connections to any European thrones, and he lost in a landslide. Burke's Peerage also stated about the Bush-Gore election of 2000 and why it was such a close race. He said, quote, "Never in the history of the United States have two presidential candidates been as well endowed with royal alliances." Brooks Baker stated that Gore, still has a chance to prove he's royal enough for the presidency. Like Jimmy Carter, it is possible that he is the product of several royal love children of the past. Brooks Baker stated, quote, "Those connections are harder to trace." So, this particular election was basically harder to predict because these two gentlemen, Al Gore and George Bush, not only are they cousins with each other, but they have these royal bloodlines. And this is the case. Every single presidency, as I've discovered, the two people that are running are always cousins. They're always cousins of George Washington, and they're always cousins of the Queen. So, the fact is, Brooks Peerage has been predicting correctly for 200 years, according to their own records, the president of the correct next United States. In other words, they've predicted correctly who the United States president will be in the election before the election happens because of blood. Because of blood. Because of their royal bloodlines. What did he say? He said, quote, "The presidential candidate with the most royal genes and chromosomes has, up to now, always won the White House." They also stated that George W. Bush and his blue blood runs thicker than Vice President Al Gore's. In making their prediction, they predicted Bush would win over Gore because he had bluer blood. Simple as that. And they've been doing that for 200 years and have been completely accurate. In fact, and this is very interesting, apparently George W. Bush's blood trumped the royal ties of every other president to date, including his own father's. Well, now, how could that be? You would think that George Bush and George Bush Jr. would have the same blood, right? Well, George H.W. Bush, in other words, Bush Sr., married his ninth cousin, Barbara Bush. As you know, the royals and the blood types have to keep it in the family, but they like a little bit of space in between their cousinry. So Barbara Bush, or Barbara Pierce, that makes George W. Bush, Barbara Bush's son, or Barbara Pierce's son. That means that George W. Bush is both the 9th, the 11th, and the 12th cousin once removed from his own mother. Let me say that again. George W. Bush, is the 9th, 11th, and 12th cousin of his own mother. Franklin Pierce, for whom Miss Barbara was descended, of course, was the royal president of the United States way back when. But the ancestry line of the Pierce family actually adds royal flavor to the Bush lineage. So not only does George Bush have his Bush side, but he also now has the Pierce side, whereas his father is only married to the Pierce side. George Bush is a product of the meeting of these two bloods. Both are H negative, you see. You know, you just can't make this stuff up, folks. Incest is best. Remember, when you're a blood line, and the most important thing is your genealogical line, you keep it in the family. It's interesting to note that Bush's most famous of cousins was King Charles II, who built a strong military at record tax and spending levels, and had a miserable health care plan which failed completely, 70,000 people perishing from the plague in London. Does that sound familiar? Of course, it was King Charles, also, who smashed the Dutch colony New Amsterdam. George H.W. Bush's ninth cousin, once removed with Barbara Bush. I find that so funny that his cousin's with his mother. And that is because his brothers, or I should say his mother's brothers, by the name of Israel Reed and Ralph Reed, married Mary Kendall and Mary Pierce, who were siblings of William Reed and Mabel Kendall in the mid-1600s. It's interesting, when you start looking at this genealogy, you find that basically everybody that came over on the Mayflower and the ships and the colonies, this is where the descendants come from. Burke's Peerage also stated that Bill Clinton and Bob Dole have more in common than wanting to be president. They are also distant cousins. However, as Burke's Peerage does every 4 years, it picked Bill Clinton to win the presidency simply because, of course, that was before the election, simply because Bill Clinton has bluer blood than Mr. Dole. And of course, Dole lost to his more superior cousin. Surprise, surprise. ABC News reported on these quotes as well. And on ABC News, they said, when it comes to picking the winner in the American presidential race, Britain's leading chroniclers of royal ancestors say they've never been wrong. Not once in almost 200 years. They said this in their little page. They said, quote, His Royal Highness King W. Going back nearly 1,000 years, Brooks Bager points out the Bush and Pierce families, Barbara Bush's maiden name is Pierce, were high society. Still quoting, it states that although Gore is running a bit behind Bush in the European royal count, his bloodline runs close to some American homegrown nobility, including Thomas Jefferson, Daniel Boone, and Buffalo Bill Cody. Buckingham Palace politely declined to comment on the recorded royal connections of either candidate, stating, this sort of thing happens every time there's an American presidential election. I'll bet it does. People like me find this out. So Burke's Peerage left open the possibility of a Bush or Gore presidency. Not that it mattered, for in the end, who wins the election, folks? Always a member of the royal family. Oh, we all know, or we should know, that World War I was a family war, a very profitable family war where all the kings and queens and nobility got together, decided to attack each other for profit. World War II was not that much different, and since then we've just been, well, they've sort of perfected the war without declaring a war, as we know. And that's where we are, unfortunately. Also interesting to note, the Telegraph reported in an article entitled Royal Wedding, Kate waves farewell to her life as a commoner, referring to Kate Middleton. Well, this fairy tale wedding is complete BS, folks. Says she woke up this morning a middle-class commoner from Berkshire Village, but by midday Kate Middleton will have completed her storybook transformation into a woman who will one day be queen. Folks, up to 1 million people are expected to line the streets of London for the royal wedding, the most anticipated event in 30 years. Guess what, folks? Kate Middleton was the 12th cousin of her little prince. Okay? Bloodline. Blood type. What's sad is that since her family is not royal enough to be nobility, when she attends the little get-togethers of the family, her family's not allowed, or she's not allowed to talk to her family because it's a royal event and now she is a princess. So her family's not good enough, and so the rule is that she can't talk to her family at public functions or private functions, one or the other. Pretty sad, really. Hello Magazine reports on March 18, 2011, the royal wedding from commoner to royalty. It's a fairy tale love story that has captured the world's attention. An ordinary middle-class girl wins the hearts of a prince and becomes his princess bride. Then it says, but the path walked by Kate Middleton is a well-trodden one. Royals all over the world have been finding love with partners not born into privilege. That's a very important statement, folks, because as I'm looking at all this genealogy, I'm finding that the sons and daughters of long past royal blood are now re-entering and marrying nobility, just as this said. Royals all over the world have been finding love with partners not born into privilege, becoming privileged yet again, just like Miss Kate Middleton. And of course, the Middletons, keep in mind, are millionaires. It's not as if they're not celebrity themselves. So it tries to push. You see, they're trying to push it's almost like pushing the American dream. Trust me when I say that anybody that's accomplished or obtained the American dream is a royal family member. From the Rockefellers to the Rothschilds, every major corporation that was started because this family started it. Okay? Again, we'll go into that. So, BBC News reports on March 26, 2008 that Obama is a distant cousin of Bush. It has emerged that Barack Obama is a 10th cousin once removed of the man whose job he wants, George W. Bush. Now, if those two were running against each other, Bush would have won. And the Family Forest genealogical website stated on the PR Web website that Kerry and Bush, now shown as closer cousins, where it states that rapidly spreading ancestral roots and branches digitally matched out in the family forest now reveal closer family ties between Senator John Forbes Kerry and President George Walker Bush than those previously reported to the Associated Press, and then subsequently reported by the Drudge Report, the Honolulu Star Bulletin, MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, USA Today, and the Wall Street Journal, the Chicago Sun-Times, the Kansas City Star, and others. This stuff is in mainstream news, folks. I'm not just talking out of my butt. According to the fully sourced ancestral history linked in the family forest, they are at least ninth cousins twice removed. That's even closer. So I went to the family forest and I actually pulled up what Family Forest created. And again, this is an online, it's the world's #1 interconnected ancestry research resource, familyforest.com. What they have, and you can search for this, it's called the Cousin Relationships Calculated by the Family Forest, August 8th, 2004. All right? What it does, that's very interesting, is it lists all of the cousins of President George W. Bush. And of course, these are just the cousins that they have found. As the article says, this genealogical research thing is going balls to the wall now that everybody's starting to do it. And when a 12-year-old girl comes up with the fact that all presidents are related to George Washington, and in fact to the Plantagenet king, Plantagenet, I should say, well, you know. So I'm just going to go down this list because I think this is just so absolutely important. Remember when Clint Eastwood talked at the Republican caucus, and he was in favor of Mitt Romney? Well, guess what? He's Mitt Romney's cousin. Clint Eastwood is 10th cousins once removed with Senator John Forbes Kerry, and Clint Eastwood is the 18th cousin of President George W. Bush. Like I said, celebrity is so important. Oh, so important, because Clint Eastwood, of course, supports the President of the United States, which is his cousin. Agatha Christie, 18th cousin of John Kerry, 20th cousin of George Bush. Alan B. Shepard, half 8th cousin of John Kerry, 8th cousin, twice removed, of George W. Bush. Aldous Huxley, 15th cousin of John Kerry, 15th cousin of George Bush. Alec Baldwin is the 11th cousin of George Bush. Anthony Perkins, the 17th cousin of John Kerry, 10th cousin of George Bush. Arthur Scholzberger, 10th cousin and 9th cousin. Betty Davis, 9th cousin and 10th cousin. Bing Crosby is the half-ninth cousin of George Bush. Bridget Fonda and the Fonda family are eighth cousins of the Bushes. Brigham Young of Mormon Church fame is 11th cousin with John Kerry and 5th cousin, 6 times removed, of George W. Bush. It's very interesting when you actually look at the bloodline of the Bushes, of the Romneys. You'll find that they are very closely related. And of course, in that same bloodline, which was proudly posted by the Mormon Church, is Joseph Smith Jr. and his cousin wife, Emma Hale. The whole thing is one big bloodline. This, folks, is the family that rules you. Ernest Hemingway, 20th cousin and 22nd cousin. David Crosby, 17th cousin and 8th cousin. Charles Darwin, 11th cousin of Kerry and 14th cousin of President Bush. Brooke Shields, 22nd cousin and 11th cousin of George Bush. You know, we could go on. We get into the good stuff when we see, oh, look, there's Francis Scott Key, 11th cousin and 13th cousin. And when I say cousin, we're really saying that these are all royal cousins. Because they're cousins with George Bush, they're also cousins with the Queen of England and all of the royal families. All right? Emily Dickinson's 8th cousin and 5th cousin. George Orwell, 15th cousin and 12th cousin. That means George Orwell and Aldous Huxley are also cousins. We have General Benedict Arnold, 4th cousin, 8th time removed of George Bush, and a half 16th cousin of John Kerry. General Douglas MacArthur, 8th cousin of John Kerry and half 14th cousin. General Robert E. Lee, 11th cousin of both these men. We go on. Governor Howard Dean, who also ran for president against these men, 9th cousins exactly of both. Howard Dean. Henry David Thoreau, 19th cousin of Kerry and 5th cousin of George Bush. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. All these people in history, 4th cousin of Bush. Hugh Hefner, Playboy man, 9th cousin of both. Humphrey Bogart, 8th cousin of both, half cousin of Senator Kerry. J.P. Morgan, folks. J.P. Morgan, he's not just some random banker. He's the 6th cousin of John Forbes Kerry. Forbes being the most important word. 7th cousin, 4 times removed, of George Bush. The Morgans and the Bushes are family. And of course, Prescott Bush was the head of, what bank was that? U.S. Bank? I can't remember. Too many facts and figures. The list goes on. I mean, you know, when a person discovers this type of information, how can one not yell at the top of their lungs? This is who enslaves you. I'm just going to go down the list instead of reading how close they are, because they're all within basically 9th, 3rd, 10th, as high as 18th. But, Jack London, Jamie Curtis, Jane Wyatt, John D. Rockefeller, 8th cousin of Bush, John Hinckley Jr. Who's John Hinckley Jr., folks? An assassin. 10th cousin, once removed, of John Kerry, and 9th cousin of George Bush. Johnny Appleseed. How about Johnny Carson? 10th cousin of Bush. Joseph Smith Jr., 6th cousin, 6 times removed, of George Bush. Katharine Hepburn, 10th cousins of both. And this, I want to make very clear. You have 2 religions that were started with supposedly gold plates. Right. So L. Ron Hubbard is the 10th cousin of George Bush. George Bush is the 6th cousin of Joseph Smith. That makes L. Ron Hubbard and Joseph Smith cousins. As L. Ron Hubbard states, religion's where the money is at. How do you get rich? You start a religion. You turn science fiction into a religion, according to his own great-great-grandson. Lee Marvin, Lucille Ball, Marilyn Monroe, ninth cousin of both. Marshall Field of the Meriwether Lewis, Michael Douglas, Montgomery Clift, Napoleon, as in Napoleon Bonaparte, 10th cousin and 12th cousin. Norman Rockwell, Olivia de Havilland, Orson Welles, 10th cousin and 9th cousin. Pat Buchanan, 10th cousin of Bush, once removed. Pope Gregorius X, 4th cousin of both. George Walker Bush, 9th cousin of Kerry. So Bush and Kerry are 9th cousins, twice removed. It lists all the princes, the Prince of Italy, the Prince of Albania, the Prince Philip of Spain, Prince Alexandria of Greece, Princess Diana, 12th cousin of Kerry, 11th cousin of Bush, Princess Victoria of Sweden, half 12th cousin of Kerry, half 18th cousin of Bush, Queen Elizabeth II, current reigning Queen, half 12th cousins of Kerry, and 13th cousin, twice removed, of Mr. Bush. You know, I could go on. Senator John Edwards, Senator John Forbes Kerry is 9th cousin. Senator Orrin Hatch, my personal least favorite man on the face of the earth, 8th cousin with Bush. Sigourney Weaver, all of these people. Oh, how about Susan B. Anthony, that patriotic woman, 5th cousin of the Bushes, 8th cousin of the Kerrys. Tennessee Williams, Thomas Edison, Truman Capote. Folks, this is reality, okay? And if you're wondering if you're related to these folks, the first thing you need to do is go get a blood test. If you're a positive, then you're probably not going to be related. Now, you might have some really distant. 20th, 30th, 40th, they say we're all at least 50th cousins. I don't know how true that is, since the literal interpretation of the word Adam, or Adama, in the Old Hebrew, meant mankind, not a single man. I find that very interesting. But of course, this royal bloodline claims to be the royal lineage of the Merovingian line. This is why they have the divine right to rule. This is why the Council of Nicaea created the concept of the Trinity. Because apparently Jesus wasn't actually God, so they had to create the concept that they were from the royal line. We can list all the presidents, but I don't think that's necessary. All we have to say is that all presidents are related to George Washington. But interestingly, so are all vice presidents, Joe Biden being a cousin of Obama. But you have the list. And what's also interesting is when I was researching this, I didn't just stop at these political figures. As you can see, we go across the spectrum to anybody that has any relevance in history. All the historians, all the genealogists, all the high influential authors, they're all of the same bloodline. You ever wonder why you can't get ahead? I always wondered that. Fortunately, when I went to Hollywood and became a sound designer, I wanted to work in the backgrounds. I had no desire to be an actor. Thank God, because I would have ended up like all the other actors who aren't Jewish or who aren't part of the bloodline, and I would have been a waiter. That's the inside joke in Hollywood. When you say you're an actor, the proper response is say, oh, really, which restaurant? That's unfortunately the reality, because people go to Hollywood with the dream of making it big somehow, only to find out, if you just do a little token bit of research, that you are not a star because you are not the bloodline. Simple as that. What's interesting here, though, is when you start doing the research, for instance, if Michael Douglas is somehow a cousin of George Bush, well, what does that exactly mean? Because Michael Douglas is as Jewish as Jew can be. He changed his name, in fact, and we're going to get into some interesting little tidbits about why people actually change their name. All right. You know, I got off the subject here. I really wanted to get into, but I hope you get the idea here that we're not just talking about a few names. We're talking about the entire star roster of Hollywood. When we look at the most eligible bachelors of Hollywood, from Brad Pitt to George Clooney to whoever, all of them, any influential actor, any man of power or influence will always be the bloodline. Always, without exception. You have your helpers. You have people who sell out. Don't get me wrong, because you see greed and opportunity. But I wanted to talk a little bit about, I think that this is very important. As we just discovered, almost all, if not all, of the signers of the Declaration and the signers of the Constitution were Grand Freemasons. Okay, this is not something that we really need to argue about. It is kind of a well-known thing. We also know that the Church of Jesus Christ, Mormons of Latter-day Saints, they practically tell you it's just a Masonic cult. All right? They have the same secret handshakes, the same everything. They've just tamed it a bit in the last however many years. And again, all these people starting these alternative religions, all of the bloodline. Alice Bailey, we have to understand that the New Age movement that was begun a while back, decades, actually century, and Freemasonry go hand in hand. And when we're talking about what the Illuminati, when we hear that word, we really don't know what the hell that means. We don't know who it is. We don't know why it's happening. We don't know how it fits into all of this stuff, how it fits into our Constitution, how it fits into our world. Well, let me just read. I apologize, I'm reading a lot tonight, but everything I'm about to do, I'm just going to read what I've copied over here, and you can be the judge for yourself. Alice Bailey was one of the main members of the Theosophy movement. Now keep in mind that the Theosophy, unfortunately, if you're a Zeitgeist fan like I was, you have to take a step back and realize that the Zeitgeist movement is basically promoting Theosophy, or the New World Order of the Illuminati. Okay? The Illuminati was called, literally, the Order of the Illuminati, and I'm going to prove this to you here. So one of the main members, Alice Bailey, of the Illuminist Theosophy movement, stated the clear goals of the New Age movement for the coming of the Age of Aquarius: to spread the ideals of a one-world government and religion through Theosophy, combined with Freemasonry. In the book Externalization of the Hierarchy, she stated, quote, "The Masonic movement, when it can be divorced from politics and social end, and from its present paralyzing condition of inertia, will meet the need of those who can and should wield power. It is the custodian of the law. It is the home of the mysteries," speaking of the mystery religions, "and the seat of initiation. It holds in its symbolism the ritual of the deity," capitalized, "and the way of salvation is pictorially preserved in its work. The methods of deity are demonstrated in its temples, and under the all-seeing eye, the work can go forward." Under the all-seeing eye, the work can go forward. It is far more occult, or it is a far more occult organization than can be realized, and is intended to be the training school for the coming advanced occultists. Isn't that a lovely statement? There's a gentleman named Adam Weishaupt. He was the founder, according to history, the founder of the Order of the Illuminati. What's important to know here, as it parallels with U.S. history, is that the Order of the Illuminati, which was mostly in Bavaria and the Swedish, Denmark, those types of countries, Dutch, was outlawed in Germanic Bavaria and the Nordic countries right around 1780, in the 1780s, just barely a decade after it was founded in 1776. Does that date sound familiar to you folks? And it was founded by the political leader of Bavaria. It was not founded, it was abolished by the political leader of Bavaria named Duke Karl Theodor. The confiscated writings from this order, as quoted from Adam Weishaupt, stated, "Do you realize sufficiently what it means to rule in a secret society, not only over the lesser or more important of the populace, but over the best of men, over men of all ranks, nations, and religions, to rule without external force, to unite them indissolubly, to breathe one spirit and soul into them, men distributed over all parts of the world. Hey, that includes America, folks. And Freemason, end quote, Freemasonic author and historian Albert McKay wrote this about Adam Weishaupt. Said, quote, to give the order of the Illuminati a higher influence, Weishaupt connected it with the Masonic institution, after whose system of degrees in esoteric instruction and of secret modes of recognition it was organized. The order of the Illuminati at first was very popular and enrolled no less than 2,000 names upon its registers, among whom were some of the most distinguished men of Germany. It extended rapidly into other countries, and its lodges were to be found in France, Belgium, Holland, Denmark, Sweden, Poland, Hungary, and Italy. The original design of Illuminism was undoubtedly, still quoting here, the elevation of the human race. But it cannot be denied that in the process of time abuses had crept into the institution, and that by the influence of unworthy men the system became corrupted. So when this order was persecuted, end quote, sorry. So when this order was persecuted, it didn't just go away, but instead infiltrated Masonic and religious organizations around the world, and is in the process of accomplishing its stated goals of leadership, one world government, and the end of Christianity. French historian Henry Martin reported in the History of France publication, said, quote, Weishaupt proposed as the end of Illuminism the abolition of authority, nationality, and the return of the human race to the happy state in which it was formed, only a single family without artificial needs, without useless sciences, every father being a priest and magistrate. This was the Illuminati. What did George Washington, the master colonial mason himself, proclaim in his own writings? And a correspondent with a reverend named G.W. Schneider, just 13 years after the order of the Illuminati was banned in Bavaria, Germany, Washington stated the following in this letter. He said, I have heard much of the nefarious and dangerous plans and doctrines of the Illuminati. It was not my intention to doubt that the doctrines of the Illuminati and principles of Jacobinism had not spread in the United States. On the contrary, no one is more truly satisfied of this fact than I am. The idea that I meant to convey was that I did not believe that the lodges of Freemasons in this country had, as societies, endeavored to propagate the diabolical tenets of the first or the pernicious principles of the later, if they are indeed susceptible of separation. That individuals of them, these societies, may have done it, or that the founder or instrument employed to found the democratic societies in the United States may have had these objects and actually had a separation of the people from their government in view. It is too evident to be questioned. What did George Washington say here? In other words, George Washington says that the Illuminati order, the order of the Illuminati, through its infiltration, had in fact started the United States for nefarious purposes of spreading the order's objectives. The new order, the new world order, which is an incremental push to change everything, and that this was obviously too evident to be questioned. George Washington was basically, his opinion was that the order of the Illuminati, that these things were not advanced, and Freemasons were not advanced enough to implement the order of the Illuminati yet. It's not that he was against it per se, he just didn't think it was time to implement those plans. Obviously, we're ready now, aren't we? So George Washington basically said the separation of the people from their government was the purpose of the order and the Freemasons, which were infiltrated by that order, the separation of the people from their government. How quick did we lose our republic? Very, very quick. In the same year, the president of Yale University and cousin of George Washington, Timothy Dwight IV, spoke out against the Illuminati, stating, "The great and good," remember, George Washington was the head of this American Freemasonry, "the great and good ends proposed by the Illuminati as the ultimate objects of their union are the overthrow of religion, government, and human society, civil and domestic." Unquote. Joseph Willard, the president of Harvard University and cousin of George Washington, stated, quote, "There is sufficient evidence that a number of societies of the Illuminati have been established in this land of gospel light and civil liberty, which were first organized from the Grand Society in France. They are doubtless secretly striving to undermine all our ancient institutions, civil and sacred. These societies are closely leagued with those of the same order. In Europe, they have all the same objects in view. The enemies of all order are seeking our ruin." Sound familiar? Should infidelity generally prevail, our independence would fall, of course. A republican government would be annihilated. Happened long ago, folks. So this newly present Illuminatist Freemasonry, this combination of two concepts, basically piggybacking, Theosophy piggybacking upon Freemasonry, was also spoken about by John Quincy Adams. He stated, quote, Quincy Adams being one of the presidents and, of course, cousin of George Washington, "I do conscientiously and sincerely believe that the order of Freemasonry, if not the greatest, is one of the greatest moral and political evils." We go on, because I mean, geez. John Robison, in a publication called Proofs of a Conspiracy, wrote, quote, "The express aim of the order," meaning the order of the Illuminati, "was to abolish Christianity and overturn all civil government." Adam Weishaupt also wrote, the great strength of our order lies in its concealment. Let it never appear in any place in its own name, but always covered by another name and another occupation. None is fitter than the three lower degrees of Freemasonry the public is accustomed to, expects little from it, and therefore takes little notice of it. So there's the founder of the New World Order, the founder of the Order of the Illuminati, banned from the Germanic countries, telling you that it's hiding amongst the Freemasonry. Okay, this is really this is the case with every institution out there. All kinds of great people join the Mormon Church. All kinds of great people are part of the Catholic Church. All kinds of great people are part of the Methodist Church. We're not worried about the people. The people are just useful innocents or idiots. We're worried about the higher-ups, those people in charge, the Illuminati, the bloodline, the blood type. Reuben Swinburne Clymer, in his book Ancient Mystic Oriental Freemasonry, stated that, quote, "Mystic Masonry is not only the key to the religion taught to all men and all ages from the very beginning of conscious life up to the present, but it holds the keys to these religions and is, in fact, the very repository of religion itself. It has for its object the uniting of mankind into a universal brotherhood." Universal brotherhood. Code name New World Order. Folks, code name United Nations. Everything that's happening. Freemason and Rosicrucian Arthur Edward Waite wrote in his book, The Real History of the Rosicrucians, beneath the broad tide of human history, there flow the stealthy undercurrents of the secret societies, which frequently determine in the depths the changes that take place upon the surface. These societies have existed in all ages and among all nations, and tradition has invariably ascribed to them the position of important knowledge in the religious, scientific, or political order, according to the various character of their pretenses. The official Scottish Rite. Scottish Rite, one of the main Freemasonry houses, the official Scottish Rite publication for Freemasonry combined with Theosophy, is called New Age Magazine. Keep in mind that the New Age movement, that whole thing, is designed to take the New World Order, the Order of the Illuminati, the coming of the Age of Aquarius, which by all their accounts started, according to them, their opinion on, when the Mayan calendar ended, was the new Age of Aquarius, is what they're saying for themselves. But their New Age magazine continuously supports basically the New World Order, a New World Religion, and the New Age. It says, quote, "Great God, our King," who knows who they're talking about, "has chosen the great American public schools." Let me read that again. Quote, "Great God, our King, has chosen the great American public schools to pave the way for the new race, the new religion, and the new civilization that is taking place in America." Folks, we're so screwed if we don't wake up to this. Any mother, father, or guardian who is responsible for the taking away of freedom of mind, freedom of will, or freedom of spirit is the lowest criminal on this earth. In other words, take away the morals, take away the values. We're all criminal because we teach our children and instill in them morals, values, ethics, family values, all that stuff. Quote, "Because they take away from that child the God-given right to become a part of God's great plan in America for the dawn of the new age of the world." They're not talking about some benevolent God. That's not what they're talking about. 33rd degree Freemason Manly Palmer Hall stated, "The new Atlantis sets forth an ideal," the new Atlantis, folks, not heaven. "The new Atlantis sets forth an ideal government of the earth. It foretells that the day when in the midst of men there shall rise up a vast institution composed of the philosophic elect, an order of illuminated men banded together for the purpose of investigating the laws of life and the mysteries of the universe." The mystery religions, folks. "The age of boundaries is closing, and we are approaching a nobler era when nations shall be no more." Again, a nobler era when nations shall be no more. These are the people ruling your nation that are saying this. Okay, guys? These are your politicians. A nobler era when nations shall be no more. When the lines of race and caste shall be wiped out. When the whole earth shall be under one order, one government, one administrative body. Gee, who does that sound like? United Nations, maybe? From the book called The Book of Co-Creation, the leader, one of the leaders of the New Age movement, named Barbara Marx Hubbard, stated, "Out of the full spectrum of human personality, one fourth is elected to transcend. 1/4 is resistant to election." So 1/4 of the people are fooled by all of this, or part of all of this, and 1/4 are people like me that say, "Get the heck out of my life. I don't want to be like you. I don't want to transcend. I don't want to be hooked up to some machine so that I can be a better human. I don't agree with your transhumanism. I don't agree with you spraying my skies and making the atmosphere poison so that I can't live in it. So that you can with your..." Folks, this is reality. 2045 is the date that they're talking about the singularity, where men become machine and there's no difference between the two. Come on. This is happening all around you. These are your enemies. Your politicians that you vote for, they are your enemy. Unless, of course, you're part of them. You're one of the bloodline, or you're benefiting from it, which most of you are. If you're in the banking business, or if you're in the stock market, you're investing in all of their corporations. If you're using their money, do you have dollars? Do you have Federal Reserve notes? You're supporting the very criminal circuit that suppresses you and enslaves you. Are you saving their money? That's not your money. Remember that. Everything that's in your bank account can be taken at any time by the banking institution, which is beholden to the Federal Reserve. That's the way the banking system works. You don't own anything, folks. They own everything according to their own opinions. And because you consent to it, because you don't know any better, because you don't realize that you've got a alternative form of human ruling you, oh. From the Book of Co-Creation, Barbara Marx Hubbard, leader of the New Age movement, stated, out of the full spectrum of human personality, 1/4 is elected to transcend, 1/4 is resistant to election. They are unattracted by life ever evolving. Not the afterlife per se, but life after evolving. Now, as we approach the quantum shift from creature human to co-creative human, the destructive 1/4 must be eliminated from the social body. Does that sound very New Age to you? Does that sound all lovey to you? No. Let me read that again. This 1/4 of the people, at least, who do not accept the New Age order of the Illuminati, the Freemasonry that is all around us, the world government, the world religion. That's who they're talking about. People who do not accept that. They are unattracted by life ever evolving. And as we approach the quantum shift, the age of Aquarius, from creature human to co-creative human, listen, folks, the destructive, that's me, and chances are that's you who's listening, the destructive 1/4 must be eliminated from the social body. She's talking to an audience here, and she says, fortunately you, dearly beloveds, the other 1/4 who accepts this, are not responsible for this act. We are. We are in charge of God's selection process for planet Earth. This is the New Age movement. This is the Theosophy. This is what Zeitgeist actually promotes, unfortunately. And I was fooled by Zeitgeist, and maybe this is me trying to make amends for being fooled and promoting it. All of the sources are these people, these Theosophists, these New Agers. Fortunately, you, dearly beloveds, you 1/4 are not responsible for this act of eliminating the other 1/4. We are. We are in charge of God's selection process for planet Earth. That's what she says. She says he, meaning some God, who knows who, he selects and we destroy. We are the riders of the pale horse death. Man, this probably sounds crazy to some of you people out there. It probably sounds nuts. This, and it really doesn't matter what you believe. It matters what the people in charge of you believe. It matters what they think, not what you think. You and your Christian God doesn't matter to these people. They're trying to wipe out anything related to that. You guys have to understand. I mean, I'm probably sounding like a raving madman, but all I'm doing are reading their quotes. Shall we go on? We are in charge of God's selection process for planet Earth. He selects, we destroy. We are the riders of the pale horse death. Oh, that's real nice. New Age. Theosophist Alice Bailey again states that the true, quote, the true communist platform is sound. She also states this about how to deal with those who will not accept this new order of the Illuminati, the New Age movement, that is, in her publication entitled Education in the New Age. Listen, I'm one of those spokespeople. I don't accept this crap, and I'll probably die for it. Quote, let us never forget that it is the life, its purpose, and its directed intentional destiny that is of importance, and also that when a form proves inadequate or too diseased or too crippled for the expression of that purpose, it is, from the point of view of the hierarchy, capitalized, no disaster when that form has to go. She's referring to current government, current religions, everything that is different from their one world agenda, their one world religion, their one world government. Anything that is against that must go, and really, here's what she says. Death is not a disaster to be feared. The work of the destroyer is not really cruel or undesirable. Therefore, there is much destruction permitted by the custodians of the plan. Who were the custodians of the plan? Remember, according to the leader of the New Age movement, Barbara Marx Hubbard, it's them. They are the custodians of the plan. God tells them what to do, and they do it. These are your world leaders. Much destruction is permitted by the custodians of the plan, and much evil turned into good. So keep in mind that Alice Bailey is one of several prominent New Age authors and public figures, and she publishes with an organization, a corporation I should say, called the Lucius Trust Publishing Company. So before this publishing company changed its name to Lucius Trust Publishing, it was actually called Lucifer Publishing Company. Lucifer Publishing Company changed its name to the Lucius Trust. Now, the New Age Lucius Trust Company is now directly associated with the United Nations. It has implemented itself within. The UN, United Nations, describes its relationship with the Lucius Trust in a publication, its own publication, entitled the International Geneva Yearbook of 2009, and it states that, quote, the Lucius Trust, formerly the Lucifer Trust, Lucifer Publishing, the Lucius Trust is recognized by the United Nations as a non-governmental organization and is represented at regular briefing sessions at UN headquarters. Really? The Lucius Trust is on the roster of the United Nations Economic and Social Council. Unquote. In other words, Theosophy and the New Age movement has literally been infused into the United Nations as an official non-governmental organization. Let's face it, folks, the United Nations is in the business of one world government. So naturally, the Lucifer Publishing Corporation, now called Lucius Trust, is going to be a member, an NGO of the United Nations. Now, a gentleman named Robert Mueller, who was the Secretary General of the United Nations, gives that fact some balls. He stated, quote, we must move as quickly as possible to a one-world government, a one-world religion, under a one-world leader. Secretary General of the United Nations, folks. Remember Obama was the head of one of those United Nations things? So our President of the United States actually became illegally, unlawfully, against all precepts of this country, became a member or president of some, I don't remember what it was horrible, of the United Nations. We must move quickly as possible to one world government, a one world religion, under a one world leader. Of course, we can't leave out the Rockefellers. Again, close cousins of the Bushes and to our current president and to all presidents and to all royal lineage. Chase Manhattan banker David Rockefeller, he stated that, quote, some people even believe that my family, we, are part of a secret cabal working against the best interest of the United States, characterizing my family and me as internationalists, and of conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure. One world, if you will. If that's the charge, I stand guilty, and I am proud of it. This coming from good David Rockefeller's memoirs. So he's proud of the fact that he's completely destroying any semblance of the United States, and for that matter, any semblance of any country, because that is Theosophy. That is the order of the Illuminati. One world government, one religion, one order, one government. Now, what's interesting is it says characterizing my family as internationalist, as what's his name, Ford wrote. Well, what was the title of his book? The International Jew. We're talking about I mean, let's look at the United Kingdom. If we were to compare the United States and the United Kingdom, they're virtually the same thing. They have a central government that is not part of the United States. It is not part necessarily of the United Kingdom. It's certainly not part of England. It's called the City of London. We have the City of Washington, D.C. Let's not forget the City of the Vatican. These are all private corporate structures outside of the unions they supposedly represent. But if you were to take the United Kingdom and you were to put all those spread apart states, 16 of them I believe, and you were to just combine them, Canada, Australia, all the countries that are in the United Kingdom, what would you have? You would have something that looks exactly like the United States. It's central government. It's Washington, D.C., instead being that little square in London called the City of London, even though it's not technically within the city of, or the country of London. The Queen is the Queen of the United Kingdom. She is the head of state of England, but the Queen of the United Kingdom. She came from Germany, had to change her name from the German name because the blimps that were flying over London bombing had her family name on them. That's bad publicity. So they became the House of Windsor. Unbelievable, this stuff. Unbelievable. So, if that's a guilty, I stand proud of it. I stand guilty. Proud of it. Good old David Rockefeller. We have globalist, an American foreign policy analyst and former deputy Secretary of State, Mr. Strobe Talbot. He stated in Time Magazine's July 20th edition of 1992, so in Time Magazine, here's what he said. It was basically, he was saying he bets this will happen. What douche. So here's what he says. Within the next 100 years, nationhood as we know it will be obsolete. All states will recognize a single global authority, a phrase briefly fashionable in the mid-20th century, quote, citizen of the world, will have assumed real meaning by the end of the 21st century. Huh. He goes on to say all countries are basically social arrangements, accommodations to changing circumstances, no matter how permanent and even sacred they may seem at any one time. And boy, do we still believe America is sacred. Yes, we do. But no matter how permanent and even sacred they may seem at any one time, including today, right now, as you're thinking about it, quote, in fact, they are all artificial and temporary. Mikhail Gorbachev, head of Russia, stated, the threat of environmental crisis will be the international disaster key that will unlock the new world order. That was quoted from the Monetary and International Review in 1996. Gorbachev also stated in a Soviet analyst newsletter, he stated that, quote, we are moving toward a new world order, the world of communism. We shall never turn off that road. Well, after all these technical difficulties, I lost a little bit of time. I don't know if April's still listening, but if she wants me to, I will go ahead because I've got so much more information to talk about. So if she'll give me a sign. Otherwise, we're going to wrap up the show with all of this information. And I might have to do a second part on this because literally, folks, I can't stress enough that your rulers, the people you bow down to, the celebrities that you celebrate, the authors that you read, that are sold to you by the bookstores that are owned by them. Every facet of life is being run for you by these people. You are literally debt slaves, consumer slaves to one type of human. Again, all men are absolutely not created equal. And they'll be the first ones to tell you that, even though they wrote it in their little constitution. All right, well, that's enough about Masonry, but you get the idea. I hope, that Masonry was what founded this country. It wasn't good people. It wasn't people. It was cousins of the Queen of England. George Washington being the first cousin of the Queen. He's not my hero.
All right, folks, welcome to A World Without Gray, part 2 of last night's episode. Unfortunately, last night had a little bit of technical difficulties with the programming here, so hopefully I'm coming in loud and clear today. April was good enough, since that happened last night, she was good enough to give me this spot today, so we'll talk for a couple hours about a very important subject. Now, my show is going to be broadcast on this particular radio wave. It's called A World Without Gray, and my name is Clint Richardson. I'm the producer, director, writer, and voice of the Corporation Nation series, as well as the Lethal Injection Story of Vaccination movie, of which part 2 will probably come out at some point, I don't know when. And my websites are thecorporationnation.com and realityblogger.wordpress.com, where I keep most of my journals, my writings, my articles, all of my research that I do. That's realityblogger with 1G.wordpress.com. Anyway, I got interrupted last night, mostly due to my own user error of the software that goes with this station, in the middle of my presentation on genealogy. And so this is just an impromptu continuation and end to that show of last night. Now, as you heard from the intro audio there, those were from mainstream news sources, basically stating that all presidents are blood relation cousins. And if you missed the show last night, we went over bloodlines as blood types. The fact that in order to shed or to pass on your bloodline, what we're really talking is actually the passing on of blood, meaning your positive or negative for Rh, the monkey rhesus monkey gene in your blood. About approximately 85 to 90% of the population, the exact number that is has been quoted for the proper depopulation of the world, are actually Rh positive blood types. The remaining 10 to 15% are Rh negative, meaning they do not test for that particular gene. So when you hear about blood types, when you go to donate blood, it's very important, because blood does not work very well in your own body unless it's the proper type. Another example is that Rh negative women have a very difficult time carrying to term a baby from or the spermatogenesis from a positive blood type. So way back when these bloodlines as blood types were the ruling class, it makes sense when you think about it that the reason that incest was best, that they kept the marriage within the family and even passed laws to guarantee that the bloodlines, in other words, blood types, would not mix, was because, hey, these folks couldn't have children necessarily because they didn't have the modern marvels of medical technology that could suppress the immune system when your body fights against a foreign blood in your body, a foreign body in your body. And we mentioned that what that really means is that all men are not created equal, for all men are not of the same blood. It takes a negative father or mother to pass on a negative blood type, the royal blood. You cannot be a negative blood type unless you are born of a negative blood type. In other words, an A positive and a B positive couple of male and female will not be able to have, as far as I understand it, a negative blood type baby. This is why O negative blood is so popular and so in demand. O negative is one of the few bloods that can be universal. Just happens to be that O negative blood is reportedly what the Queen of England has, and also her prince, also the other prince, also her sons. So when we have a case, as we talked about last night, where a commoner, or what they report as a commoner in Kate Middleton, gets married to Prince William, who is of the negative blood type, Prince William would not be able to marry a true commoner. For a true commoner would not necessarily be able to carry his baby or his bloodline to term and guarantee that it will be, in fact, a negative blood type, because a negative and a positive blood type can result in a positive blood baby. But to keep the line pure, we really must, in other words, the Middleton family is not a common family. The Middleton family happens not to have title, which means that they can't participate in a lot of the royal functions. However, as a 12th cousin in the bloodline, Kate Middleton matches the necessary requirements to carry to term the bloodline, which is the whole purpose of marriage. It's not as if they've fallen in love and that's why they're getting married, because that could happen to just anybody. And this is why marriage was always a contract, a contractual state. It was never for love. It was always an arranged situation, because if you left it up to your children, who were not educated enough in the ways of blood, in the ways of the the passing on of the blood, the Rh negative royal blood, well then, guess what? That child might actually go get married for love. Love was taboo in marriage. Only recently has that changed in marriages where marriages are not arranged. Okay, it wasn't just about title, it wasn't just about land, it was literally about the royal blood and seeking to be a part of that and seeking the wealth, status, title, and everything else that came with that. It's interesting to note that a lot of the royals, the royal lines, the dukes and duchesses, the earls, the folks over there in England and other countries that are run by the same family, that's basically all the queens, by the way, all the queens and kings. It's interesting to note that they are also spreading their seed around the world. They're traveling out to find new blood, although it's not new blood, because who they're marrying, of course, are distant cousins. Because if you marry your first cousin and you keep doing this, you know what happens. These certain blood types have certain diseases. Some of those diseases are called royal diseases. Hemophilia is very common as a quote-unquote royal disease. Okay, March 18th, 1995 issue of Time magazine actually confirmed that Prince Charles has O negative blood. Unfortunately, and this is one that people don't like to hear, Rh negative people seem to have a commonly higher IQ. And when we say this, when we say it's a higher IQ, IQ is not necessarily a good thing. For if you have no empathy, you could have the appearance of being smarter. In other words, if you have no emotions, if you have no care of other people, if you treat other people or other bloods, other bloodlines, positive rhesus bloodlines, if you treat them as slaves or human capital, as they like to call us, if you treat these people with indifference, then yes, you would score much higher on an IQ test. So, in other words, knowledge or just inherent smarts really depends on emotion, on ethics, values, morals. If you answer a question without these things on an IQ test, you will probably score higher because you don't question the reason and the logic and the love, because you only know hate. If you benefit from the misery of others, if you are wealthy because of the poverty of everyone else, the other 85 to 90% of the population, if you're in that top 1, 2%, that's who we're talking about. Power and knowledge without love and empathy for the things you have power over. So really, we're just saying power without consequence. Knowledge without consequence, and actions without consideration of the consequences of your slaves, essentially, the rest of the world. I mean, if I were to say that these people have a higher IQ, that's what I would be referring to. It is not that they are smarter than the average bear, although that's the way it does appear. It's that they have intelligence without the hindrance of love, of empathy for the other people, animals, nature, and everything else. And we are going to discuss that at the end of this presentation. So if you can hang on that long. Sensitive vision, sensitive to heat and sunlight, thus the pale skin, when it's not a mixed race, not blood, but mixed race. Race being the quality of skin and the quality of certain functions of the body. Lower body temperature, also RH people, RH negative people absolutely cannot receive blood transfusions from RH positive people. This is why they're dying to get more blood as a negative blood type, especially the O negative, which represents about 6 or 7% of the United States. 15% total Rh negative bloods, including A negative, B negative, AB negative, and O negative in this country, equals about 15% of the people. You know, and come to think of it, perhaps we should consider something here. You know, when we're talking about blood, we're talking about a specific group of people, a very small population of Earth that has a certain blood type that does not mix well with others. You ever heard of Dracula? You ever wondered where the mythological concept of vampires came from? Well, consider this. Now, Dracula is the sort of slang name or historical, mythological name of a gentleman named Vlad the Impaler. Vlad the Impaler is of this line as well. Who is Vlad? Well, let's just say it. George Bush Sr. and Jr. is of that line. In fact, George Bush just happens to be the 32nd great-grandson of Vlad the Impaler, not cousins, a direct descendant. John Kerry is the 34th great-grandson of Vlad the Impaler, a.k.a. Dracula. Now, you attach a science fiction concept and make all these weird movies about it, then people think, oh, well, there's no such thing as vampires. But what if vampires were simply people who were drawing the blood of certain blood types, let's say O-negative people who have no clue what that even means back then, and utilizing that blood on their own behalf, trying to cure diseases with that blood? It could easily be construed, when dead bodies start showing up with puncture holes in them to drain the blood, that it was the work of supernatural beings called vampires. This is how folklore and legends begin. So it's actually a perfectly reasonable thought to consider that the whole genre of vampires were very much a real thing and were started with the bloodline, seeking medical solutions for their own blood type problems because they're interbreeding. The incest creates these types of diseases. Certain bloods, namely O negative, would actually possibly cure the disease. We've also heard that HIV, although at this point that kind of goes out the window, AIDS, I should say, is actually, I can't verify this, but I want to say it. AIDS, it does not happen in the some or all of the negative blood types. And there are cases, or at least a case that I know of, where someone who had HIV/AIDS got a blood transfusion, a bone marrow transfusion just recently. In other words, a positive or an Rh positive person received bone marrow from a Rh negative person and was cured of his symptoms called AIDS, human immunodeficiency syndrome. Now, is it unreasonable to consider that as something that would cause other people to draw the blood or the bone marrow from other people? It's only as unreasonable as the modern technique of withdrawing organs from the dead, for asking people to be organ donors so that doctors can remove those organs and sell them to people who need them today. What is the difference? I put it forward to you. What is the difference? Perhaps in 1,000 years they'll call us something like vampires who used to steal the organs out of the dead. Is it unreasonable to think this way? No. Is it unreasonable to try to figure out where these folklores, why Vlad the Impaler of so many centuries ago was called Dracula, why so much lore and writing have been done about it? No, it's not unreasonable at all. Might sound a little crazy, but it is logical. It is reasonable to consider this. Generally, red hair, blue or green or hazel eyes, and this I think is why people get a little bit confused in trying to tell the difference between a Semitic and an Ashkenazi, well, so-called Jew. These people, especially in the African-American black population, who think that it's unfortunate because these people have the blue or green eyes, the pale skin, it appears that it's all white people. But I guarantee you that all white people are not Rh negative blood. And so the popular misconception among the African American community is that white people are the devil. Well, I'm here to tell you I am not the devil. I am not one of these people. And I fight for the rights of all men. Not persons, but men. Now, when we're talking about genealogy, and we're talking about the record keeping of genealogy, we're talking about one of the most important assets that a person can have. Because even more valuable than gold, we have a situation where in order to have and obtain and keep the power that goes with the blood, you must be able to show proof of the records, the genealogical records of your blood. And thus we find that, for the most part, all of the genealogists in history until recently, where people have been invited into the Mormon Church for Ancestry.com and other online functions, but for the most part, all of the genealogists in history, as well as all historians, most prominent authors, have all been of this bloodline. In fact, really, when you think about it, there's really no reason for anybody to keep track of bloodline. If all men indeed were created equal, none of that would matter. It would not matter who you were bred or born from, what blood carries in your veins. But to these people, that is the most important thing that can possibly be, they can have in their possession, is their genealogical records. Thus, genealogy is a profession of blue bloods. Not one genealogist that I've found cannot link themselves to this bloodline that they are reporting on. This is not to say that the people who get on genealogy websites, Ancestry.com, cannot trace some link to these people. What this is to say is that these people are not necessarily a mixed blood as most people will be. To be able to prove the fact that you are of this royal blood, you have to prove that your line has been pure, that it has not been tainted, that at some point a positive and a negative blood type did not get together and taint the blood. So you can show that you have a family lineage, a family line that links to all kinds of people in history. Doesn't matter one bit, folks, because you do not carry the blood line, which is the blood type. It is rumored, and of course I believe this is all to be just hocus pocus, be
completely false, but it is rumored that the Shroud of Turin has an AB negative blood type attached to it. Of course, that's the Shroud of uh, the Lord and Savior. Thus, the royal lineage gets passed down by blood. Barack Obama, apparently, according to one of the magazines or newspapers, actually carries around with him, or his team, his staff, carries around a big bag of AB negative blood. Barack Hussein Obama, the black guy? Oh, wait a minute. Remember, blood type has nothing whatsoever to do with your race. It has to do with who you have been passed down, who your family was. In fact, for those of you who think that Barack Obama is some kind of hero, that he's a descendant of slaves, Barack Obama has not 1 ounce of slavery in his body. His parents were, well, apparently it was Jewish, first of all. Second of all, the black part of his family, which is supposedly the official story, is this Barack Hussein Obama from, from, gosh, what was it, Kenya? This whole thing with that, let me tell you a little bit about Barack Obama. His family, if anything, were slave traders, which is very common, unfortunately, in the black history, and the fact that the slave trade in general was about 75% of it was Jewish or black. But Barack Hussein Obama, get this, folks, he's the 22nd great-grandson of William the Conqueror. The 22nd great-grandson. No, not just some distant relative, but the 22nd great-grandson of William the Conqueror. He's the first cousin 15 times removed of Anne Boleyn, Queen of England. The first cousin 19 removed of Henry V. First cousin of Henry VIII. Third cousin of Mary, Queen of Scots, Mary I. Third cousin of James Madison, the President. Seventh cousin of Harry Truman, Abraham Lincoln. Eighth cousin of James Carter, Jimmy Carter. Eighth cousin of Dick Cheney, as you heard in the opening audio. Ninth cousin of Gerald Ford. Folks, genealogy is a very difficult thing because people like Gerald Ford, a lot of genealogists couldn't find Gerald Ford, and not realizing that in the bloodline, Gerald Ford changed his name from Leslie Lynch King to Gerald Ford. Therefore, a lot of people couldn't find Gerald Ford on this roster where all presidents are related. It goes deeper than that, though, because, let's finish this thought here. Okay, so Michelle Obama, the wife of President Obama, her cousin is one of the biggest Jewish rabbis out there. But she's also 18th cousin of a gentleman named Ed Helms. Ed Helms is an actor from The Office. Ed Helms is 10th cousins, once removed, with Mitt Romney, and 14th cousins, 3 times removed, with John McCain. Well, guess what? Mitt Romney and George W. Bush and, Barack Obama are actually cousins. That makes Michelle Obama and Obama also cousins, although I don't have their exact genealogy in front of me. Joe Biden is the 15th cousin of John Adams, making him a cousin of Barack Obama. Not a cousin, a bloodline cousin, a blood type cousin. When we're talking about presidential elections, all we ever get are cousins running against each other. All we ever see are cousins, all the way back into history. Mitt Romney was third cousins, once removed, with John Huntsman. Mitt Romney is his second great grandfather is a gentleman named Parley P. Pratt, of course, leader of the Mormon Church, one of the leaders, not the president, is also Huntsman's third great grandfather. Pratt, of course, was a polygamist with 12 wives, and he was murdered by the legal husband of one of his wives, so he took that wife illegally and accused Pratt of kidnapping his wife and children. That's the line of Mitt Romney. That's the line of John Huntsman. That's also the line of George Bush. When you start examining this type of genealogy, you will be astounded. George Bush, another example. Bush's 8th great-grandfather married the granddaughter of Pocahontas. Bush is 32nd great-grandfather is Vlad the Impaler, a.k.a. Dracula. Okay? 32 generations down without being cousins. 32nd great-grandfather is Vlad the Impaler. For John Kerry, 34th great-grandfather. That's who ran against each other as president. The 32nd great-grandson and the 34th great-grandson of Vlad the Impaler. George Bush is 4th cousins with Millard Fillmore, James Garfield. 5th cousin was Franklin Pierce. 6th cousin with Gerald Ford or Leslie Lynch King. 6th cousin of Rutherford. 6th cousin of William Taft. Cousin of Calvin Coolidge. 7th cousin of Theodore Roosevelt. 7th cousin of Abe Lincoln, 5 times removed. 9th cousin of Richard Nixon. 9th cousin of Dick Cheney. Of course, who's the president going to appoint as his as his vice president, but his blood relation? You can see it every time. Every vice president is also a blood cousin. These are your leaders, folks. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. These are the people who you worship. These are the people who you bow down to. These are the people who you write petitions to, asking, please, please, please don't pass Obamacare. Please, please stop spraying our skies. Stop ruining our environment. Stop being a corporatist. Folks, these people are the corporations. It's all the same bloodline. It's all the same blood type. 9th cousin, 2nd times removed to Mr. John Kerry. That is George Bush. These are all the people who will run for president, you see. He's also 11th cousin to Hugh Hefner. 11th cousin, George Bush Jr. and Sr. are 11th cousin to Barack Obama. Get it? 11th cousin of Barack Obama is the George Bushes. 2 times removed and 1 time removed. Diana, Prince of Wales. She was not a commoner. She's the 11th cousin of George Bush. John Kerry is her 12th cousin, once removed. Are you starting to understand? Queen Elizabeth II. She's not going to appoint just anybody to be the Prime Minister of England. She's going to appoint Tony Blair, her 12th cousin. She's also 6th cousin, 5 times removed, of Thomas Jefferson. Little Charles, Prince of Wales, is 12th cousin, once removed, of Tony Blair. You see, Tony Blair is the Queen's 12th cousin, but once removed because of the generation. She's the 12th cousin, once removed, of Tony Blair. Or, excuse me, Prince Charles is the 12th cousin, once removed. Got that wrong. My apologies. So Queen Elizabeth is the 12th cousin. Prince Charles is the 12th cousin, once removed. And therefore, the son, Prince Harry and Prince William, are the 12th cousins, twice removed for the generation. And that's how it works. Kate Middleton, Prince William's little bride, the commoner, so-called, is 5th cousins, 14 times of William Shakespeare, 13th great-grandmother of Mary Boleyn, the other Boleyn, 12th cousin of Franklin D. Roosevelt, 11th cousin of Mark Twain, 17th cousin of Bill Gates, and 22nd cousin of Angelina Jolie. Of course, when you hear about, well, you don't hear about royal weddings in the United States now, do you? Instead, because we can't have titles of nobility, supposedly, in this country, what you get is the royal wedding of Obama's cousin, bloodline cousin, Brad Pitt, his 9th cousin, And Hillary Clinton's, I believe, 11th cousin, if I'm not mistaken, Angelina Jolie. You have a royal wedding, the mixing of blood. Who is Angelina Jolie? One of the more interesting aspects when we consider who Angelina Jolie happens to be, she is descended, not a cousin, but a direct descendant, something like the 32nd great-granddaughter of a little lady named Cleopatra. The blood has been passed all the way from Cleopatra. Isn't that wonderful? That is your American. Anytime you see a celebrity wedding, you got to start thinking in terms of what does that represent? Because the money is not going to go freely to just anybody. Why do such crappy actors get so much money? It's because they're royalty. But you can't have royalty in this country. You have celebrity instead. And so they have to go in front of the screen and pretend to be good actors. I'll tell you, I'm a Hollywood sound designer. That's what I did for 6 years of my life. I wasted 6 years of my life. But I learned a lot while I was in Hollywood. I worked on the corner of Hollywood Boulevard and La Brea in a little company called Sound Deluxe, which has recently been bought by the Discovery Channel, as all things are merging and becoming not only a one world government, but a one world media. So I have a bit of an inside look at who controls things. And trust me, when we're talking about Hollywood, my boss was Jewish. Every boss I knew was Jewish. All the people I got to hobnob with that had any power or structure were Jewish. Of course, Jewish is a very interesting term because the Jewish Encyclopedia states that the modern Jew, the white or red-haired, blue, green, hazel-eyed Jew, the RH negative, the Jewish Encyclopedia states that the modern Jew are not really the Jews. They are those who call themselves Jews but are not. They are the bloodline. They are in charge. They are in control. They are not Semitic in any way, shape, or form. But they attach to the persecution of Semitic Jews, and they benefit from it. You know, what's interesting and what makes genealogy really hard is that Jews change their name. And again, when we say Jews, we're talking about a sect of people that are not really Jewish. They are not Semites. But let's just give you a few examples. Joan Crawford's name was actually Lucille LeSueur. Winona Ryder's name was Winona Horowitz. Charles Bronson, people you wouldn't think of being as Jewish, but his name was Charles Buczynski. How about Cary Grant? His name was Larry Leach. Can you imagine Larry Leach being the lead? Really, I mean, Larry Leach. Buddy Hackett, his name's Leonard Hacker. Bob Dylan, well, he's an obvious one, but his name is Robert Zimmerman. Larry King, on the news, his name's Larry Ziegler. Woody Allen is Alan Cronenberg. Joan Rivers is Joan Malinsky. Robbie Benson is Robin Siegel. Brad Garrett of Everybody Loves Raymond, the lovable tall guy who's not really that funny, but his Jewish name is Bradley Gerstenfeld. Selma Blair is Selma Blair Beitner. There's Geraldo Rivera, whom we all think is pure Mexican blood. No. His Jewish name from his father, his Jewish mother, is actually Gerald Riviera. Then there's Jerry Lewis, Joseph Levitch. Can you imagine the Jerry Lewis telethon being the Joseph Levitch telethon? You know how much money that would make? Not as much. Not as much, I'll tell you that. Gene Wilder is Mr. Jerome Silberman. George Burns is Nathan Birnbaum. Howard Cosell, what could be more American than Howard Cosell? No. His name is Howard Cohen. Barbara Hershey, Barbara Hertzstein. Jack Benny, Benjamin Kubletsky. Kirk Douglas. Can you imagine Kirk Douglas playing these fantastic roles as Isidore Dembski? Can you imagine? Can you imagine that Kirk Douglas is Jewish? I mean, most people probably wouldn't think so, but his name is actually Isidore Dembski. This makes it very hard to do any kind of genealogical research into these people because they all change their names. We all talk to them and bow to them and put them on some pedestal, and here they are afraid of their own names. What's their excuse? Anti-Semitism. What's their excuse? Prejudice. In history, this was a good thing. You could tell a lot about people by the way they looked and by the way that their names were. You don't see Arabs, for instance, changing their name from an Arab name to an American name just to fit in. But yet that's what the entire Jewish race has done. Again, the Jewish race being not necessarily Jews. The bloodline. Sweet, petite little Judy Garland is actually Frances Gum. Judy Holliday is Judith Tuvin. Cowboy, an American icon, Lauren Green. No. Lauren Green, the all-American cowboy. No. His name is Chaim Leibowitz. How about fake news man Jon Stewart? You mean Jonathan Stewart Leibowitz? Mel Brooks, Melvin Kaminsky? Rodney Dangerfield, ha. Jacob Cohen? Really? Milton Berle, Milton Berlinger? Tony Curtis? Right. How about Bernie Schwartz? Tony Randall's author Leonard Rosenberg. And his roommate, Walter Matthau. I don't even know if I could say his last name, but imagine having a headliner of Walter Matashensky. Matashensky. I can't even say his name. How about Michael Landon? Oh, lovable Michael Landon, the angel. All-American named Eugene Maurice Horowitz. Folks, we're talking about 1.5 to 2% of the population. 95%, I believe, of those are who we're talking about, the Ashkenazim sect of the Jewish or non-Jewish race, whatever it is. We're gonna clear that up at some point when I can arrange some guests to talk about this. Just what is a Jew? According to the Jews, the people in charge are not, even though we think they are. But they identify. When you write to Ann Landers, you're actually writing to Epi Lederer. And when you're writing to Abigail Van Buren, in other words, Dear Abby, you're actually writing to the Jewish Esther Lederer. Esther Lederer, not Abby. Sisters in Deception. Danny Kaye is David Kaminsky. Jill St. John, Jill Oppenheim. Shelley Winters, Shirley Schrift. Lauren Bacall is Joan Persky. How about Michael Savage? Oh yeah, you heard me. Michael Wiener. Michael Wiener is Michael Savage. So when Michael Savage gets on there and talks dirty about the Arabs, remember, he is not exactly impartial. When a Jew changes his name and pretends to be a white man, a Caucasian, one of the majority of this country, and convinces people that Arabs are just bad, well, guess what? It's a Jew that's doing it. Diane Cannon, Samil Friesen. Annie Sprinkle, what a clever name, but her real name is Ellen Steinberg. Jane Seymour is Joyce Frankenberg. You know, even the leaders of Israel, even the people that are propped up to be the leaders of Israel, not one of them has used their own real name because it's just too darn Jewish sounding. How about Benjamin Netanyahu? He changed his name from Milakowski. How about Ariel Sharon? Eric Schneiderman. David Ben-Gurion was David Grun. Golda Meir, Golda Meibovich, Menachem Begin. I can't even say his name. I won't even try. All past and present prime ministers of Israel have changed their name. Why, folks? Why? I mean, isn't the answer obvious? Because throughout history, these people have been shunned. These people have been kicked out of countries. What do? They create Israel. It's not really a country. It's more like a city of London. It's a. I don't need to get into that because we're talking about genealogy. Ron Owens on KGO Radio. Ron Owens sounds like a real American name. No accent, no nothing. Constantly rants against Arab people. And no one realized he's actually a Jew named Mr. Lowenstein. With an agenda. To promote hatred. To hide the fact that these people are the ones causing all the problems, destroying the family unit, destroying the country, and all the same darn bloodline. But if you have a mythical terrorist who's actually doing it, and the terrorist is always portrayed in all of the Jewish medias, all the movies, always portrayed as an Arab or of a darker skinned descent, never the white skinned fake Jews that we have in power. 32 dual Israeli citizens in the U.S. government under George Bush. The problem here, because these names are so hard to find in genealogy, because they've changed their names, so you have to really look. I mean, it makes it very difficult to see who these people are. But again, think about the power of persuasion that is the media, is the movies. Think about that. Think what an actor is. An actor is nothing but a professional liar. What is a politician? A professional liar. A PR man. Someone propped up and made into someone important despite the lack of qualifications of importance. Why would we listen to Matt Damon? Why would we listen to Bono? I don't know, but we do. We do. We let them be our spokesman for some reason, and we all fall for it. We all listen and we all just worship these people. And I've got to tell you, man, these are the people who enslave you, whether their job is PR as professional liars, actors, and politicians, whether their job is attorney, whether their job is president. These are the people who have set up the system of consumer enslavement that you all are under. The hard thing to try to tell people. Boy, is it a hard thing to try to tell. It's so hard to defeat the ego. It's so hard to break past the belief system that has been instilled in people from birth, from their childhood, through the public school system, the forced school system that every child must attend. So hard to break through the conditioning of television, the conditioning of the news, the conditioning of history books, and when you realize who writes the history, and you see that they're all cousins of George Bush, things become so different. The realization of who is your owner becomes obvious. You know, I could go down a list of literally hundreds of names in Hollywood. Jewish people who have changed their names. Whether it be by marrying into the family or not, converting into the family. Musicians, no different. Kurt Cobain, Eddie Vedder, all these people who get thrown up there and popular, all cousins. Folks, Madonna, all your Disney singers who go from Mouseketeers to something like Britney Spears. Britney Spears being a cousin of Hillary Clinton and all those folks. Every headline actor, Natalie Portman, Orlando Bloom, Adrian Brody, Jennifer Love Hewitt, James Caan, Jamie Lee Curtis, Shayla Boo, Robert Downey Jr., Patricia Arquette, Rachel Weisz, Jennifer Connelly, Amanda Peet, Amanda Bynes, Alicia Silverstone, David Duchovny, Sean Penn, James Franco, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Harrison Ford, William Shatner. For God's sake, William Shatner! For God's sake! And everything about our culture has been guided by this group of people, all of these people related. Folks, I'm waking up to this in the past year. This is news to me. And when I found out about this, I just had to go through and I had to pull up all this information. I got hooked on genealogy. I got to admit it. I'm totally and 100% hooked and addicted to genealogy. And boy, am I glad I am, because now I see who the hell it is that is ruling me. Who is influencing me? Who's ruining my family unit? Who's promoting such crap, torture porn, as entertainment? I see it now. It's so obvious and yet so not talked about. Well, let me tell you something. I got to read some stuff here, because I don't want you to just take my word for it. I don't want you to think that this is just the ramblings of a madman. And anybody who knows me knows that I pride myself on impeccable research. Of course, my research into genealogy is only as good as the top genealogical websites and 200-year-old societies of genealogical research, from the New England Historical and Genealogical Foundation to the Burke's Peerage, which has been doing this for over 200 years. So I'd like to read you some stuff here. First of all, let's go to the Associated Press. Read what it says. This from December 11th, 2000. And this was interesting because, you know, again, your media is being run by these same people. Fox News chief Roger Ailes was hired, or has hired, John Prescott Ellis, a freelance Republican political advisor and an intensely loyal cousin of presidential candidate George W. Bush. Again, this is from Associated Press. Intensely loyal cousin, this John Prescott Ellis, intensely loyal cousin of presidential candidate George W. Bush, to head the network's election night coverage for the 2000 presidential election. During the election, Ellis is in constant contact with Bush and his senior campaign aides, speaking with Bush himself 5 separate times during the evening. At 7:52 p.m., Bush's brother Jeb Bush, the sitting governor of Florida, calls Ellis to protest when Fox mistakenly projects Florida as going to Al Gore. Remember, George Bush's lineage is a little deeper than Al Gore's, although they had a tough time predicting who would win. George Bush has better royal genes. At 2:10 a.m., Ellis calls Jeb Bush to say that it is statistically impossible for Bush to lose. But wait a minute. How could they possibly have projected Florida as going to Al Gore if it's statistically impossible for Bush to lose? Well, when your cousin, when the whole thing is arranged by bloodline, hey, things change, don't they? Around 2:15 a.m., Ellis puts the telephone down and excitedly announces to his team, quote, Jebby Bush says, we got it. Jebby says we got it, unquote. Even though Florida is still related, or it's too close to call by the Voter News Service, Fox News Vice President John Moody gives the go-ahead to project Bush as the winner at 2:16 a.m. It pays to have a cousin or a bunch of cousins at Fox News. Of course, Fox News was in the court case, said that, hey, it's okay to lie. That's fine. News isn't really news, it's entertainment, so go ahead and lie all you want. And that is court record. The other networks hurriedly and inaccurately followed suit. Reported in Washington Post, The Observer, Associated Press, Buffalo Beat, etc. Remember, the courts decided that Fox News could literally lie to people, as it's not required to tell the truth on air. Remember that, because that counts for all news outlets. myself included. I can lie to you, but I promise you I won't. And if I do, it won't be because I did it, because I didn't know. I was fooled, as I so often am, by these people. But I will try my best not to. But please keep in mind that anybody you listen to, any radio station, can lie to you. It is the court's decision, becoming public opinion, that what you hear may not be the truth. This is very important when considering what's what and who's who, especially who's who. So, a little insight into the elections. The Associated Press also reported on March 26, 2008, that this, quote, this could make for one odd family reunion. Barack Obama is this distant cousin of Brad Pitt, and Hillary Rodham Clinton is related to Pitt's girlfriend, Angelina Jolie. Researchers at the New England Genealogical Society found some remarkable family connections for the three presidential candidates: Democratic rivals Obama and Clinton, and Republican John McCain. In other words, everybody that ran for president, everybody in politics is related. Clinton, who is of French-Canadian descent on her mother's side, is also a distant cousin of singers Madonna, Celine Dion, and Alanis Morissette. You know, I was a musician before I became a sound designer. A lot of musicians end up getting into those types of jobs, becoming editors, because there is no way to make it in Hollywood. There is no way to make it in the music industry unless you have these links. You think Alanis Morissette became famous because she was talented? No. Madonna, Celine Dion, her cousins Avril Lavigne, Justin Bieber, her other cousins, which just happened to be of mixed race, all famous, not because of their talent. That's ridiculous. Do you know how many talented people I would see come into my Hollywood studio to do voiceover work? Where do the talented actors go? Generally into voiceover or as character actors. Never famous enough to cause an influence or to be politically astute. Always the most talented actors were always there trying to get short lines in some voiceover cast. And generally, their biggest complaint was that the stars would come in and steal those lines, steal those parts in movies that otherwise they would get because they're so talented. But that's not how Hollywood works. If you're thinking about acting, if you're thinking about being a celebrity or a star, you better check your damn royal bloodlines, because if you don't have them, you are not in. If you're not, quote-unquote, modern Jew, that is not a Jew, if you're not one of them, you are not going to make it. Trust me, folks. I've seen it time and time again. People coming to L.A. with a smile on their face, leaving with a frown, or staying and becoming a waiter and staying a waiter. And the whole time calling and telling people that you're an actress. I'm an actress. Honest, I'm an actress. I did a part in a independent movie. Shoot, a lot of them go into porn because it's your only outlet. You want to act, guess what? You got to do some nasty things before you'll ever get accepted. This is reality, folks. And I had the unfortunate seat because I didn't want to be a famous person. I wanted to be in the background. I was accepted as a sound designer. And I saw these people. I knew these people, sincerely thinking that they would become Hollywood actors. It's just not how things work, folks. It's all about the blood. I can't find any big actors and very few lesser known actors that are not bloodline or blood type, depending on how you consider it. Clinton, continuing with the Associated Press, Clinton, who is of French-Canadian descent on her mother's side, is also the distant cousin of Madonna, Celine Dion, and Alanis Morissette. Obama, the son of a white woman from Kansas and a black man from Kenya, which we'll talk about here in a bit, can call 6 U.S. presidents, including George W. Bush, his cousins. McCain is a 6th cousin of First Lady Laura Bush. Who was running against each other? Yeah. You think McCain had a shot? Obama has a prolific presidential lineage that features Democrats and Republicans. Of course, because there's no difference. It doesn't matter what you call yourself. If you're bloodline, you're on one side. His distant cousins include President George W. Bush and his father, George H.W. Bush, Gerald Ford, Lyndon Johnson, Harry S. Truman, and James Madison. Associated Press, folks, not just Clint. Other Obama cousins include Vice President Dick Cheney, British Prime Minister Sir Winston Churchill, and Civil War General Robert E. Lee. Christopher Child has spent the last 3 years tracing the candidate's genealogy, along with senior researcher and scholar Gary Boyd Roberts, author of the 1989 book Ancestors of American Presidents. Hillary Clinton's distant cousins include beatnik author Jack Kerouac and Camilla Parker Bowles, wife of Prince Charles of England. After they eliminated Diana, who wasn't cooperating, and who was ritually killed in that tunnel. I can't remember the story there, but that tunnel is famous for just that. McCain's ancestry is more difficult to trace because records on his relatives were not as complete as records for the families of Obama and Clinton, Child said. Obama and President Bush are 10th cousins, once removed, linked by Samuel Hinckley of Cape Cod, who died in 1662. Ben LaBolt, a spokesman for the Obama campaign, declined to comment. Gee, I wonder why. Declined to comment on the senator's ancestry. Clinton and Joe Lee are 9th cousins twice removed, and Obama and Pitt are 9th cousins. The New England Geological Society was founded in 1845 and is the oldest and largest nonprofit geological organization in the United States. Ancestry.com, the #1 family history website, revealed that through a 17th century Frenchman named Maureen Duval, who immigrated to Maryland and France in the 1650s, is President Obama's 9th great-grandfather and Warren Buffett's 6th great-grandfather. Oh, gee, Warren Buffett and Obama and Bush all related. Imagine that. Rockefellers, Morgans, Rothschilds, they're all in the same family, folks. This is how they become powerful. They're not just clever. According to historical records, and this is very important, Maureen Duval, the 9th great-grandfather of President Obama, belonged to a religious sect called the Jacobites. Now, because you weren't here, possibly, for last night, we have to say that the current Theosophy is a sect, or the New Age movement is a sect of Jacobism, the Jacobites. All right? That is the New World Order. That is the order of the Illuminati. You can go back to the archive of this. It will be posted on weroar.ws, and it will be posted on my website, my blog, realityblogger.wordpress.com. Says, quote, "We have all watched President Obama and Warren Buffett's ongoing association. From Buffett's official endorsement of Obama's 2008 presidential campaign, endorsing his cousin, to their work time, or their differing views on economic policy," said Anastasia Taylor, a genealogist at Ancestry.com. "Like most families," quote, "the president and Buffett may not always agree on everything. But this latest discovery confirming they are related may shed light on why the two seem to see eye to eye on many issues." They don't see eye to eye. They all see eye to eye. Just because you're playing a part as a professional liar, an actor, and politician does not mean you disagree or mean what you say when you say it. Remember, it's not a crime, apparently, to lie as an actor or a politician or a news anchor. Now, is this a conflict of interest? Is this a quote-unquote conspiracy, a plan between two or more people? You bet. This is a plan between an entire bloodline family that has ruled you since day one. Ancestry.com. October 13th, 2010. Quote, as Americans prepare to cast their votes in November's midterm election, Ancestry.com today announces that several key political figures and media personalities are more than mere political allies or political foes. They are actually related. The world's largest online family history resource reveals that President Barack Obama is indeed related to former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin. Obama and Palin are 10th cousins through common ancestor John Smith. Of course, John Smith is of the Smith family that started the Mormon Church, related to the Hubbard family who started the Church of Scientology, related to other religious institution founders, basically all of them. Quote, the website found that Obama is related to one of his most ferocious critics. Imagine that. That's the definition of controlled opposition, folks. Obama is related to one of his most vociferous critics, conservative radio talk show host Rush Limbaugh. Perhaps Rush will ease up on the president when he learns that they are actually 10th cousins once removed via common ancestor Richmond Terrell. Note that USA Today reported this as well in 2010. Quote, Palin, Senator Majority Leader Harry Reid, and conservative author Ann Coulter are also cousins through Englishman John Lathrop, who was exiled. He didn't move here voluntarily. He was exiled to the United States for becoming, of course, a minister of an illegal independent church. I can't stress the importance of this enough, because the entire university structure, as I've found out through this genealogical project, your Harvard, your Stanford, your UCLA, all these schools were not started to educate people. They were started to educate the bloodline. They were started to educate the clergy of these alternative or illegal independent churches. So here's this guy that came to America and spawned these people. Palin. And of course, Palin was yet again another person running for president. All of them are related. They're all within 10th cousins of each other. I mean, you don't have a choice. Besides the fact that the electors vote for president, not you, you vote for the electors through the political party system, which you've been forced into by sheer ignorance. You vote for parties. The parties promote and put up the electors, and then they vote for president. It's not even a direct election. The whole thing is a scam. But the illusion of choice must remain. Quote, in 2008, Ancestry.com also announced that the then Governor Sarah Palin is a distant cousin to both Franklin D. Roosevelt and Princess Diana. In a later interview with Politico, Ancestry.com representative Anastasia Taylor stated, quote, if you think about it, the president and Sarah Palin share an ancestor in the mid-1600s. That's not that long ago. Sure, a number of people with American roots will also share this ancestor, but not everybody. Very important. Not everybody is related that way. Certainly not everybody. In another interview, Anastasia Taylor made an offhand comment that was quoted on cnsnews.com from the Associated Press. She simply stated that, quote, Smith was against the persecution of the Quakers. That is also a very important aspect, because this entire family line was Quakers. The Mormon Church, Joseph Smith, were Quakers, Puritans. You can call them three different things. Quakers, Puritans, there's another one, I can't think of it at the moment. He was a very socially conscious man. No, he was protecting his family, a sick sect of people who did not worship as other religions do. We're talking about demonology. This is the origins of demonology in this country. In fact, King James wrote a book called Demonology, warning of these sects. These people were funded to come over here by the family to start this entire corporation called the United States. The United States, of course, being the East India Company, a Virginia corporation, and we are all children of that corporation. Can't make this stuff up, folks. So Smith was against the persecution of the Quakers, of course, because he was descended from and is still, to this day, this family line is of that Puritan Quaker type of religious tendency. And I guess it's very important to note here that, let's just say, as we noted yesterday, that 53 of the 56 signers of the Constitution were these people. They were Master Masons. So if you're going to start a country, corporation like the United States, what's the first thing you're going to do? You're going to say, well, we need freedom of religion. Freedom of religion, because you see, we've been run out of other countries because we infiltrate and we destroy the systems that are set up, the values that are set up by other religions. We go in and we infiltrate. So if you come to a new country and establish it, what are you going to do? You're going to create a situation where religion of any type, including demonology, according to King James himself, including demonology, is Luciferianism, Satanism. All of these are protected religions. Quit thinking that the Constitution is some glorious God-made document. It is not. The only reason it is divinely inspired is because these people consider themselves divine. They consider themselves divinely inspired, divinely born, because they have the blood. It's their opinion, not mine, and it shouldn't be yours. Quit paying their taxes. Quit using their dollars. Quit going to their disgusting propagandist films. Quit watching their disgusting television shows. Why would any rational person, for instance, watch Seinfeld? Unless you're Jewish, why in the hell would you appreciate Seinfeld? It doesn't make sense. In fact, I judge people. It's one of my pet peeves. I judge people. If they like Seinfeld, we're not going to get along. We are not going to get along. If you think what goes on Seinfeld is funny, then we have completely different outlooks on life. And we're not going to get along. You're not going to listen to me. I'm not going to listen to you. Isn't that funny? I hate that show. And now I understand why I hate it. Really. Because I understand history. Because I understand who these people are that are promoting such trash. Trash as Seinfeld. It's not innocent, folks. There's nothing innocent about these shows. Ancestry.com also stated that former President George W. Bush is related to both Obama and Palin. Obama and Bush are 11th cousins through common ancestor Samuel Hinckley. Of course, the Hinckleys spawned the Hinckley that was an assassin. Don't forget that. And Bush and Palin are 10th cousins twice removed, also through Hinckley, who, and stay with us now, was John Smith's father-in-law. Oh, I love it. How can you not get addicted to genealogy? It's just so fantastic. One more little Associated Press report. The Ancestry, quote, the Ancestry.com site isn't the only source of this sort of celebrity genealogy information. In 2007, Cheney's wife, Lynn, discovered ancestral ties between former Vice President and Obama while researching her own book. She, Lynn Cheney, said the relationship was 8th cousin, though the Chicago Sun-Times traced it as 9th cousin once removed. Her opinion is that they are 8th cousins. Who you should listen to, I don't know. And that's the thing about genealogy, is it opens up more and people are getting interested and it becomes popular. Everybody wants to know if they're related to these people, and they're fooled into thinking that that makes them special somehow. But trust me, it's the blood, not the genealogical line per se, but the blood, the specific blood passed to you. So while a lot of people can be related, and you can argue that 6 degrees of separation has anything to do with all of this, you can argue it, but it's just not reality. Little insight into Barack's family history comes from the Cape Cod Times, their newspaper, on January 18th, 2009, where it reported that Quote, according to the family history compiled by the New England Historical Genealogical Society, Obama is the 10th generation grandson of one Edward Fitz Randolph. Grandson, not cousin, grandson. After 30 years in Barnstable, Edward Fitz Randolph and his family moved on to Pickataway, New Jersey, where the family became involved in politics and helped found Princeton University. Again, these Princeton and other schools were not founded for education of the masses. They were founded to educate the clergy of these alternative, quote-unquote, religions. A gate bearing the Fitz-Randolph name still stands on the Princeton campus. The Fitz-Randolph connection to the Obama bloodline, launched centuries after when Edward Fitz-Randolph's great-granddaughter Prudence married a man named Shabale Smith, whose daughter Mary married Jonathan Dunham, joining the Fitz-Randolphs with the Dunham clan, Dunham being Obama's mother, Jewish mother. In fact, to prove that she is Jewish, of course, we look at the name Shabiel, which is an Israeli Jewish name and not a common American name in any way, shape, or form. The name or the meaning of Shubiel in Israel, it means returning captivity or seat of God. Not God capitalized, but God uncapitalized, meaning it could mean any God. The name Shubiel originated as an Israeli name. The name Shubiel is most often used as a boy male name. 5 generations later, quote, Jonathan Dunham's great-great-great-great-granddaughter, Ann Dunham, gave birth to Obama. Forget the black side of his family. If indeed his father is the Kenyan, which I don't believe for one second, and I'll explain that in a minute, it says not long after the Fitz-Randolph family arrived in Barnstable, the Hinckley clan from England also settled on the Cape Cod. Samuel Hinckley, a juror and surveyor of highways, brought his wife and 4 children from Scituate to Barnstable in 1640, bought a home, and launched what would become one of the Cape's longest surviving families. Several of Samuel's children stayed in Barnstable long after his death in 1662. His son, Thomas, went on to become the governor of Plymouth Colony. And his daughter, you don't become governor of Plymouth Colony without the blood. You don't become governor at all, really. And his daughter, Susanna, married a man named John Smith, joining the Hinckley's and the Smith family, which eventually joined the Dunham clan, leading to Ann Dunham and Barack Obama. So, little history in the back. Now, as far as Barack Obama and this birth certificate issue, I got to say, folks, I think you're on a wild goose chase here, because I don't think his father, I think the secret is not that he was not a citizen of the United States, but I think that the secret is that his father is not the Kenyan, and that his father is someone that we probably wouldn't want the son of to be president of the United States. I'll leave it at that. We'll get into that in a minute. Access Hollywood, August 2008, reports that Angelina Jolie's endorsement sought by Obama and McCain is being sought by Obama and McCain. So they both want Angelina Jolie, the 32nd, I believe, great-granddaughter of Cleopatra, to endorse their campaign. She's their cousin, remember that. Both of them. Angelina is currently being courted by both candidates. Of course, Jolie might support Obama, who, according to research at the New England Genealogical Society, is, believe it or not, her partner Brad Pitt's 9th cousin. Obama is Brad Pitt's 9th cousin. Did Brad Pitt make it because he's a good-looking guy, because he's a talented actor? No. There's plenty of talented actors, there's plenty of talented musicians, there's plenty of talented people out there. None of them make it. Brad Pitt has the blood. It's a very difficult truth, but it is the truth. And it's Not me saying it. The New England Genealogical Society, under its American Ancestors Project, profiles Kate Middleton's family history, highlighting Kate's American cousins. Today, announced the release of its newest book, The Ancestry of Kate Middleton, which for the first time offers a comprehensive look at the British and American ancestors and cousins of the future wife of Prince William of Wales. The book details Kate's genealogy as far back as Sir Thomas Fairfax, who died in 1521, and his wife Agnes Gascoigne. The New England Historical and Genealogical Society released information showing that Kate is related to several iconic figures in American history. Like the Queen Mother and Princess Diana before her, Kate Middleton is a cousin of America's first president, George Washington, via their descent from Sir Thomas Fairfax and his wife, Gascoigne. Among Middleton's other American cousins are famed explorers Meriwether Lewis and Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd, World War II General George S. Patton Jr., novelist Upton Sinclair, who was very, very influential, and Francis Scott Key, author of The Star-Spangled Banner. Was he a patriot? Well, I guess if you consider a patriot as someone who wishes to see the Constitution of the United States be a beacon of the family bloodline, well, yeah, he was a patriot. I think we have to reconsider what a patriot actually is, because if you're rooting for these people and their little country that they've created, perhaps we're barking up the wrong tree as patriots. I don't know, just my opinion. On the celebrity side, Kate is a 14th cousin, twice removed, of comedian and television host Ellen DeGeneres. Well, of course, DeGeneres had discussed on her popular little talk show this fact and made a big deal out of it, as if it was uncommon for someone in America to be related, who's a star, to be unrelated to these people. Not uncommon at all. Kate is also a 6th cousin, once removed, of British director Guy Ritchie, via David Martineau, a British surgeon who died in 1768. Book also shows that William and Kate are themselves 14th cousins, once removed, although I've seen 12th as well, through their shared descent from Thomas Fairfax, Sir Thomas Fairfax, who died during the reign of Henry VIII, also their cousin. That's, by the way, again, Obama's cousin, Henry VIII, his first cousin. A branch of the Fairfax family, of course, moved to Virginia in the mid-17th century. This book, by the way, was researched by some familiar names, that of Christopher Child, William Adams Reitweisner, and Scott Stewart. These are all famous online genealogists who are, again, cousins. One of the best being Reitweisner, who has an amazing list of who his cousins are in Hollywood. And they are mentioned in this article and are all, of course, cousins of this Middleton bloodline, the same bloodline as everyone else. Let's see, we've got a couple more of these that I thought were important. The Santa Cruz Sentinel reported in 2010, local students find all U.S. presidents related except one, using her grandfather's genealogy database. And you heard this in the recording that we played, when the little 12-year-old girl found that all presidents are related. Turns out that her grandfather is, of course, one of these genealogists, and she used her grandfather's genealogy database to come up with this information. So he's actually just promoting her, and she'll probably, if she follows in her footsteps, his footsteps, she'll probably become a genealogist, which is a noble trade in the bloodline, to be honest. Anyway, it says she has found every president except 8th President Martin Van Buren. Well, we know that's not the case. He is actually a cousin, and is descended from King John of England. So all the presidents are descended from King John of England. King John is famous as the villain from Robin Hood tales, but also for signing the Magna Carta in 1215. So folks, the same people who signed the Declaration, which we're going to get into in a moment, the same people who signed the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution were the same bloodline who signed and penned the Magna Carta in 1215, a document that helped form the British Parliament, and is often considered the forebearer of American democracy. You think? Van Buren is descended from the Dutch. She believes Obama is her 18th cousin and is descended from King John Lackland, Plantagenet, through his mother's family. Well, we know that's true. She certainly verified that. They all have the trait of wanting power, she said. Her grandfather had been studying genealogy for 60 years. Because he's one of them, she wants to travel to Washington to hand-deliver the project to the president. And the poster has Obama in the middle with a ring of 42 other presidents listing who they are descended from. She created a webpage, and her work can be viewed at weareallrelated.com. Weareallrelated.com. She says, quote, I want to be the first woman president. Well, honey, maybe you can blackmail them and tell them that you're going to expose them all for what they are. Oh, but wait a minute, you're one of them, so that probably won't happen. Makes me wonder if the reason that they are actually coming out with this now and it's becoming popular is because they want it to. Because it's time for the people to know that they are still under the royal crown. They're still under that. It's an interesting thought anyway. A gentleman named Timothy Field Baird wrote in Volume 2 of Pedigrees of some of the Emperor Charlemagne's descendants in 1974, says, quote, it should be noted that Americans whose ancestors came from continental Europe in the colonial period and the 19th century are unlikely to easily show delineated descent from Charlemagne in their background. Now I want you to listen to what this man is saying. Okay, this man is telling you that no, you are not, chances are you are not one of these people. You will not be able to show. You who are listening will not be able to show, quote, that your ancestor came from continental Europe in the colonial period in the 19th century. You will be unlikely to easily show delineated descent from Charlemagne in your background. Okay? This is a very, very pure bloodline. He goes on to say, quote, there was a separation of classes in Europe, and the blood of the rulers seldom flowed legitimately into the blood of the nobility and commoners. Again, there was a separation of classes, and there still is in Europe, and the blood of the rulers seldom flowed legitimately into the blood of nobility and commoners. Seldom. Okay? This is not you, folks. You who are probably listening, because I'm sure they're not listening to me. All of you people out there who these people are your current and past rulers, their blood does not pass on to you. Remember, blood type is not easily passed on without the correct arranged marriage. It's that simple. And Nicholas Donnell Ward, president general, I should say, of what is called the Order of the Crown of Charlemagne in the United States of America, a little group that got together and looks for people who are actually in the blood. He stated in his organization's newsletter entitled The Jewels of the Crown, he said that, quote, the search for new gateway ancestors and new lines to validate former gateway ancestors continues on apace. In my case, I have seen Thomas Bradbury accepted only to fall from grace more than twice. He's back in Tracy's book of accepted lineage, and I don't know for how long. So tell your Bradbury descendants to join now while the going is good. This group met at the, unquote, I should say, this group met at a combined annual meeting along with the Order of the Merovingian dynasty with 160 attendees. It wasn't a massive, thousands of people attending. No, this is it's a fairly small group of people with power and blood. His newsletter goes on to state that Charlemagne ancestry of American presidents. More than 20 American presidents, including the current one, are believed to have royal ancestry. And thus, did you hear that? Including the current one? And thus, in all probability, also have Charlemagne ancestry. I think we've proved that's the case. President Obama's gateway ancestor, Martha Eltonhead, Miss Edwin Conway, is shared with President James Madison. Many Americans who descend from certain 17th century American colonists, known as gateways, are able to prove descent from the royal houses of Europe. That means most of you can't, folks. Understand that. Okay, you're not one of these people. Goes on to say, accepting the admonition of President General Ward to identify individuals who are either themselves gateways or are descended from more recently arriving gateway ancestors. Remember, those royals are traveling the world to find these types of cousins, like Kate Middleton, to keep the bloodline pure, but to not have deformed children with bloodline diseases. More recently arriving gateway ancestor, that's what they're talking about. We offer the following initial list. Winston Frederick Churchill, guest. Winston Churchill we're talking about, descendant of Henry II, King of England. Okay, this is of the family of Mitt Romney and George Bush. Okay, so your president is directly descended and related to good old Winston Churchill. Rupert Everett, descendant of William IV of Great Britain, and Evangeline Bell, descendant of Edward IV, King of England. This is how you know whether you're one of them. This is how you get accepted into the order of the Merovingian dynasty or into the order of Charlemagne in America. Now, of course, these kind of things aren't really supposed to be happening in America. The Constitution specifically says that no title of nobility, no class structure is supposed to be here. But let's not fool ourselves, folks. Come on. Really. Again, these people don't keep track of these things for any other purpose than power, money, greed, opportunity. Now, just to make sure that we understand that this is not an uncommon thing, that we can't just say, oh, well, the Rothschilds have been interbreeding for generation after generation. It's not just the Rothschilds, folks. For some reason, we seem to cling to the fact that just the royals or just the certain groups of people. No, this is a full blood. Let me just give you some examples so that we understand how this works. Marriages between cousins, folks. How about Rudy Giuliani of today? I mean, this is not just, this hasn't gone away. Rudy Giuliani, mayor of New York, from 1994 to 2001. And his second cousin, once removed, Regina Peruggi, were married. Rudy Giuliani and his second cousin, once removed, are husband and wife. Do you think this was coincidence? Do you think that Rudy Giuliani is not one of the quote-unquote cousins of the Queen? You're sadly mistaken. If I was the people of New York, I'd want to know his blood type and see if it's the same as the Queen's. John Adams and his third cousin, Abigail Smith. There's that Smith name again. Again, the Mormon Church Smiths. That whole bloodline. Johann Sebastian Bach and his second cousin, Maria Barbara Bach, got married. How about Josiah Bartlett, the second signer of the United States Declaration of Independence, and his first cousin, Mary Bartlett. We've heard that name before, too. John C. Calhoun, 7th Vice President of the United States, and his first cousin, once removed, Fluoride Calhoun. Benedict Swingate Calvert, 3rd Proprietor Governor of Maryland and father of Eleanor Calvert, and his first cousin, once removed, Elizabeth Calvert. You see how it's kept in the family, folks? We know that Bush married his cousin. We know that Bush's dad is his cousin. I mean, it's Charles Darwin and his first cousin, Emma Wedgwood. Charles Carroll of Carrollton, the only Romic Catholic signer of the United States Declaration of Independence, was married to his second cousin, Mary Darnell. Does this surprise you? It shouldn't, because the blood has to stay in the family. Remember, negatives and positives don't mix that well without serious medical intervention. Andrew Jackson Donaldson and his first cousin, Emily Donaldson, he was a vice presidential candidate, of course. A candidate is always a cousin. Andrew Jackson Donaldson also married his other first cousin, Elizabeth Martin Randolph. So he twice. Albert Einstein and his first cousin through his mother, and his second cousin through his father. So his mother and father were cousins. They married. Albert Einstein was born, and then he married his cousin, Elsa Lowenthal. In other words, Elsa Einstein. Okay, his first cousin, Alfred DuPont, great-grandson of the DuPont founder, and his cousin by marriage, Bessie Gardner, as well as his second cousin he married, Alicia Bradford Maddox. This is not uncommon in any way, shape, or form for these people. The blood must stay in the family. William Greenleaf Eliot, founder of the Washington University in St. Louis, remember what universities are, and grandfather of poet T.S. Eliot, married his first cousin once removed. But even more notable than that is that his father, mother, and wife were also first cousins of each other. William Ellery, signer of the Declaration of Independence, and his first cousin once removed, Abigail Carey. Carey, if you know, Carey is also it's actually C-A-R-Y, but that's also a name to look out for. William Crowninshield Endicott, former U.S. Secretary of War, married his first cousin, Ellen Peabody. John F. Fitzgerald, former mayor of Boston and grandfather of John F. Kennedy, well, his cousin, or his second cousin, Mary Josephine Hannon, was his wife. Benjamin Harrison, the fifth, American Revolutionary leader, and his second cousin, Elizabeth Bassett. Oliver Wendell Holmes Sr., the poet, and his second cousin, Amelia Lee Jackson, were married. How about Stephen Hopkins, the signer of the Declaration of Independence, and his second cousin, Sarah Scott? Jesse James and his first cousin, Zerelda Z. Mims. Remember, Jesse James is also of the bloodline. Most of those famous Western heroes and marshals and all of that, all of them just happen to be. Thomas Jefferson, the man himself, and his third cousin, Martha Wales, were married. You see, this is just the way it is. Jerry Lee Lewis, rock and roll musician, whose first cousins, or actually his cousins, were all in the music industry, and that's how he got in there. Because there's plenty of pianists just as good as him. Trust me. But he has the bloodline. And he married his first cousin once removed, Myra Gale Brown. And Miss Brown was only 13 years old at the time that good old Jerry Lee Lewis married her. First cousin once removed. John A. Macdonald, first Prime Minister of Canada, and his first cousin Isabella Clark were married. Edgar Allan Poe and his cousin, Virginia Clem. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, U.S. President, and his fifth cousin, once removed, Anna Eleanor Roosevelt. Martin Van Buren, former President of the United States, and his first cousin, once removed, Hannah Hose. H.G. Wells, the famous author of science fiction, and his first cousin, Isabel Mary Wells. All of these people within the bloodline. I wish this weren't true, folks. I wish that this was not relevant. I wish that we didn't have this virtually alien race ruling us. But these are the facts, and they have to keep their marriage in the family. Because remember, again, marriage was a contract. It was an arrangement. It was a way to keep the blood. It just didn't work otherwise. William Whipple, signer of the Declaration of Independence, married his first cousin, Catherine Moffat. Sergei Rachmaninoff, composer, and his cousin, Natalia Satina. It goes on and on and on. And would it surprise you to know that George Washington himself married a little lady named Martha Dandridge Curtis Washington? Well, she was great-grandmother of General Robert E. Lee's wife by her first husband, Daniel Parke Custis. Martha also is related to the Harrison family, which produced 2 presidents of the United States. Also, General Robert E. Lee, the husband of Martha's great-granddaughter, Mary Ann Randolph Custis, was, of course, the noble leader of the Confederate Army in the war between the states. Union forces actually seized the estate surrounding the Arlington, Virginia family home, known as the Custis Lee Mansion, and buried the war dead there. It's now known today as Arlington National Cemetery. Yes, Martha was Washington's cousin. First cousin, if I'm not mistaken, although I don't have that information. Oh, let's see. We talked about, did we talk about Anna Eleanor Roosevelt? I think we did. Don't forget about, Laura Lane Welch Bush, also a cousin of none other than George Bush. Talked about Barbara Pierce, now Barbara Bush. Oh, let's see. There was Alice Hathaway Lee Roosevelt, first wife of Roosevelt. Her cousin, of course, and Jane Means Appleton Pierce, wife of Franklin Pierce, daughter of Reverend Jesse Appleton, of course, a congregational minister. We could go on and on. It's also, I guess, important to note, since we're talking about the family and keeping it in the family, there were 2 sets of father and son presidents, as we know, the Bushes. But everyone else, of course, is cousins. It's really something that we. It's obvious when they're father and son. It's not so obvious unless we look at the genealogy of these people and see that they intermarry with each other's husbands, wives, daughters, cousins, all of that. Abigail Adams Smith, married to John Adams. Through her mother, she was cousin of Dorothy Quincy, wife of John Hancock, and Adams was the great-granddaughter of the Reverend John Norton, founding pastor of Old Ship Church in Hingham, Massachusetts. And that happens to be the only remaining 7th century Puritan meeting house in Massachusetts. Again, very important to know this information about the Puritans. And you'll find out later on why that's true. Speaking of Jerry Lewis, I should say Jerry Lee Lewis, pardon me, he began playing piano in his youth in eastern Louisiana with his 2 cousins. Who were his 2 cousins? Country music singer Mickey Gilley and TV evangelist Jimmy Swaggart. Yes, they are bloodline. His parents mortgaged their farm to buy him a piano, so the story goes. He was also influenced, good old Jerry Lee Lewis, influenced by his piano-playing older cousin, Carl McVoy, who later recorded with Bill Black's combo. And that's just the way it is. Do you think he could have got into the music business without these ins, without these bloodline connections? No, he would just be another piano man, as Billy Joel, the other cousin, likes to sing about. The New York Times reported on March 5th, 2007, that Senator Barack Obama and Hillary Rodham Clinton and former President Bill Clinton participated in a commemorative march in Selma, Alabama on Sunday. Now, remember, folks, Obama grew up in a white, affluent family with royal bloodlines, and to be frank, has no idea what civil rights even mean. Well, I mean, let's face it, okay? You can act black, but you're not. You're not one of the people when it comes. You have no slavery. You have no right to sing the blues. You have nothing, sir, but your genealogical bloodline. That's all you have. It's the only reason you're in power. Obama grew up in a white, affluent family with royal bloodlines. Period. The New York Times reports that Mr. Obama relayed a story of how his Kenyan father and his Kansan mother fell in love because of the tumult in Selma. The problem with that statement was that Obama was born in 1961, apparently, 4 years before the confrontation at Selma even took place. So here's Obama lying, bold-faced, about how his so-called parents met. When asked later, Mr. Obama clarified himself, saying, "Oh, well, I meant the whole civil rights movement. I didn't mean, I didn't mean just, Selma. So even though it didn't happen before my my parents had met, or I don't know. Anyway, he also acknowledged for the first time in a recent revelation by a genealogist that his mother's ancestors in Kentucky, the Jewish ones, owned slaves. Yes, Obama's family were slave owners, as so many black families were. Hard to admit, hard to face, but if you just do a little token bit of research, you're going to find out, especially if you go down to the southern New Orleans area, you're going to find out that most slave traders and owners were in fact black African. Period. End of story. So if you're going to persecute the white folk, instead of realizing that it's specific white folk that participated in this trade, including Obama's family, if you're going to persecute me for slavery, even though my family had nothing to do with it, because only, what was it, some low number, like 4% of white folk even had slaves to begin with. If you're gonna persecute all people for slavery, man, you're never going to win this battle. You're never going to realize who the slave trade was. The Jew, the black African. Who do you think owned all those boats? It was these people, folks. Oh, so in Kentucky, the Jewish family owned slaves. Obama's family, his white family, reported in the Baltimore Sun. Baltimore Sun reported March 5th, 2007, that Obama said, quote, "It turns out that her great-great-great-great-grandfather actually owned slaves," referring to his mother. Mr. Obama said before another audience over breakfast at George C. Wallace Community College, "Well, hey, that's no surprise." Quote, "That's no surprise. That's part of our tortured, tangled history." Well, sir, I say that your history is a lot more tangled than you're letting on. Oh, you're not black. Let me give you another example of this, because these people in Hollywood who are black, or at least appear to be black, let's take an example. How about Beyonce Knowles? Well, Beyonce Knowles is 11th cousin once removed with Queen Elizabeth II. Halle Berry is the cousin of George Bush. Oh, African-American woman, an Academy Award. No, folks, that's not how it works. She wasn't the first African-American woman. She was the first black bloodline, blood type to win. She was the first cousin, royal bloodline to win. Okay? It wasn't a victory for black people. It was a psyop to make black people think that they'd won a victory. Barack Obama, another case, 9th cousin of Queen Elizabeth. Michelle Obama, we already talked about, 18th cousin of Ed Helms, and then you could trace the lineage from there. Jimi Hendrix, folks. Do you think Jimi Hendrix attained his stature as a musician because he played the guitar, the right-handed guitar, with his left hand? No. Do you think it's because he had such a wonderful talent? No. Jimi Hendrix is 13th cousin of Queen Elizabeth II of England. You understand? It's not a black victory. It's not someone in the history that overcame the challenges of all of the things that are set up to make black people fail. Okay, it's the same system that's set up to make most white people fail. So we're all in this together, folks. Doesn't matter what your race is. If you don't have the blood, you don't have the fame. You don't have the fortune. That's the unfortunate truth. How about Colin Powell? He's also a cousin. Colin Powell, General Colin Powell. Let's talk about this for a moment, because one of the things we haven't talked about is this strange occurrence that you may or may not know about, but you really should. Now, in the Constitution itself, it states that no titles of nobility shall be bestowed upon the people of the United States, and that if they do receive such title, they shall be kicked out of the country. They shall no longer be, quote-unquote, citizens of the United States. Under no circumstances shall people have titles of nobility. However, as with all things in the Constitution, there's a little clause in that particular article and section that states, well, okay, you can't have a title of nobility unless or except in the case where Congress says it's okay. Now, this you'll find riddled throughout the Constitution, basically making everything in the Constitution not apply to the bloodline, the Congress, the president. You'll find that they're pretty much above the law, or, if you will, above the Constitution. So what am I talking about here? What am I talking about when I say title of nobility? Now, this information is very easy to find. You can verify it for yourself. The problem here is that in 1993, because General Colin Powell is a half-black, half-bloodline, white male, and he's done such a wonderful job on behalf of the crown in controlling and profiting off of the people, the backs of the people, the American people, he was appointed by the Queen of England Knights Commander of the Most Honorable Order of the Bath by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. And yes, the President and the Secretary of State, which is now Clinton, well, actually that just is changing, they all call the Queen Her Majesty. They don't call her Miss Queen or Miss Windsor, the fake name of the line, the lineage. No, they call her Her Majesty, and that's very important because these people who've done such a wonderful job are then knighted. Well, you see, again, that is unlawful. It is, in fact, treason in the United States to take a title of nobility, including a knight, especially a knight from the Queen of England. However, because there's that little exception clause that as long as Congress approves it. So what did they do? How did they make this work? Well, Congress said, well, as long as it's only an honorary title of nobility, it's okay. Congress can approve it. So they pretend, these cousins of the Queen, these direct descendants of the Queen and her heirs, they pretend that these titles of nobility mean nothing in the United States because they're just honorary. But now that you understand the bloodline, now that you understand that who's getting these titles of nobility, these honorable titles of nobility, I should say honorary, well, it's not you and I, it's not the commoners that are getting it. No, George Herbert Walker Bush on 1993, as he kneeled before the Queen, apparently in a ceremony of allegiance. He was knighted by the Queen of England, again, this is fact, as an honorary, according to them, Knight Grand Cross with the Most Honorable Order of the Bath. Ronald Reagan, knighted Knight Grand Cross of the Most Honorable Order of the Bath. Of course, this is done with the sword, or without, depending, because it's honorary, by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. She's not my Majesty. General Norman Schwarzkopf. We already talked about Colin Powell. Another bloodline cousin, General Norman Schwarzkopf, another one. Appointed Knights Commander of the Most Honorable Order of the Bath by Queen Elizabeth. Alan Greenspan. Another cousin. Former Federal Reserve Chief in 2002. Knight Commander of the British Empire. At a time when Mr. Greenspan was often referred to as the second most powerful man in the world. Now,
In this case, we actually have a little bit of inside information here. He says, the title of Knight Commander of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire is an honor that dates back to 1917, around the same time that the Federal Reserve gained power over the United States and its money system. In other words, Congress created it and allowed it to create its own rules, and still does, and control the entire economy and monetary system of, well, the country, but also essentially the world, through the City of London, through the Crown. Now, Greenspan actually was sent a letter by one of the senators that asked him, well, shouldn't you reconsider this particular honor that is going to be bestowed on you, since it's against the Constitution that you do so? And he said, no, it's honorable, and I'll do what the heck I want. You see, I'm a bloodline. I can do anything I want, and the people will never even know that these titles, these honorary titles, even exist. They'll never know that I'm part of the bloodline. Of course, the Federal Reserve has put us all in an unrecoverable debt with interest, enacted the federal income tax, which was never approved. And by the way, the only reason that you're subject to the income tax, which by the way is perfectly constitutional, because the income tax is quite something different than what you think. The income tax is on foreign investments. And because you have all taken residency in the United States by joining and becoming partners in an investment fund called Social Security, that makes you a partner in something that gives you a delayed dividend. Therefore, you're required, constitutionally, according to the Supreme Court, to file a 1040 form because you're part of a foreign investment scheme. The shocking truth about the income tax. This is why when the Supreme Court ruled on it, again, the Supreme Court full of the president's cousins, the line, when they ruled on it, they said the 16th Amendment has no and grants no new taxation powers, because the taxation powers always existed since the income tax was created around the same time as the Social Security system. Social Security being created in the League of Nations 8 years before it ever attained status in America, and is now in, if I'm not mistaken, over 130 countries. Alan Greenspan, former chief and knighted Knight Commander of the British Empire, the most excellent order, as in New World Order, of the British Empire. Rudy Giuliani, for some reason I can't say his name, Knight Commander of the British Empire. Charlton Heston, Commander, Order of Arts and Letters in France. This Order of Arts and Letters in France, it's France's highest civilian honor for those in the performing arts. You think Charlton Heston, as the leader of the control opposition called the NRA, do you think he really is fighting for your rights for guns? No, folks. Another controlled opposition leader right there. Admiral Leighton W. Smith Jr., appointed by Queen Elizabeth II as an honorary Knight Commander of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire. Roy Disney and his wife, his cousin wife, was appointed in 1998 Knight Pontifical Order of St. Gregory the Great. These are all titles of nobility, folks. Who gets them? Not you or me, just bloodline cousins. Bob and Dolores Hope, 1998. Knighted Pontifical Order of St. Gregory the Great. And Bob Hope was, by the way, was born in England, but is a U.S. citizen, or was a U.S. citizen. Caspar Weinberger, Knight Grand Cross of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire. Bill Gates, another bloodline relative. How else would he get into such power and authority? Awarded Knight Commander of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire. J. Edgar Hoover, Henry Kissinger, Steven Spielberg, Douglas Fairbanks, Billy Graham, General Wesley Clark, Andre Previn, and it just goes on and on and on.
people knighted with honorary titles of nobility, completely against the Constitution, except for that little clause that says it's okay if Congress approves it. As with everything, Congress can pretty much approve everything as written in the Constitution. Unfortunately, that is the cold, hard truth. And this was very purposeful, because look who created the Constitution, people. It was these people. Okay, so General Colin Powell. Black, but not really black. When we're talking about blood, really, that's what defines an African American or an African, a black male or female. What defines this man and his illustrious career, Mr. Colin Powell and others like him? Well, it's his blood. And his blood is different than you or I. Well, I mean, you know, there's exceptions, of course. But it's different than you or I and most other African people. How about Spike Lee? Spike Lee is a privileged bloodline member of the royal family. He is 12th cousins of Brad Pitt, and he's 10th cousin, 6 times removed, of Abraham Lincoln. Again, he's not there because he's talented. Actually, I find him kind of disgusting. He's there because of his bloodline. It's simple, folks. This is reality. Elvis Presley, 9th cousin of George Washington. George Washington was 2nd cousin, 9 times removed, of Prince William of England. I should say that the other way around. Prince William of England, current, is 2nd cousin of George Washington. Folks, this is not a joke. This is the reality of your enslavement. I hope that this is sinking in. Prince Harry is also the 27th great-grandfather of Charlemagne, so he could easily go into the order of Charlemagne in America, and anyone that's related to him through blood. Little Prince Harry is, of course, the 2nd cousin, 9 times removed, of George Washington. He's the 11th cousin of Elvis Presley. He's the 12th cousin of Marilyn Monroe, and the 12th cousin, Prince Harry and William, of actor Brad Pitt. Queen Elizabeth II, 6th cousin of Thomas Jefferson, 5 times removed. What can I say, folks? I mean, I don't know how to push this into your head any farther than to just keep naming every single person that you know and love, or you've been taught to, conditioned to know and love. They are all related, and you are not related. You know, the frustration I feel that this is reality. The frustration is so deep, I can't even possibly explain it on air. It's just, it's painful to me to know that this is the truth. Now, let's talk about Barack Obama, the so-called man who changed his name to Barack Obama. You know, one of the most compelling things that I've seen to date about Obama, this fellow who calls himself Obama, is, you know, something that kind of hit me like a ton of bricks when I finally saw it, which was the fact that his father just very well might be a man named Frank Marshall Davis. When you look at pictures of Frank Marshall Davis, you see a very clear resemblance to one Barack Hussein Obama. When you look at pictures of the Kenyan, you see virtually no apparent passing on of traits or genes at all. And yet we look back at this gentleman named Frank Marshall Davis, who was very much known as a communist in the black movement. And as I understand it, perhaps the most interesting clue, although I haven't been able to verify it, it was said on a couple different places that Frank Marshall Davis just happens to be cousins with Obama's mother. Now, I won't go any more into this, except to say that this whole birth certificate issue might very well be the, well,
the goose chase that we're all on, it completely ignoring the fact that this gentleman, who's prominently mentioned in his book as Frank, quote unquote Frank, is basically Obama's childhood mentor. Spent more time with this man than times a million than he ever did with his so-called Kenyan father. So, boy, I don't know what to tell you folks, except to say maybe you should stop looking for the birth certificate and start actually asking the questions of who his real father is, because this is a extremely compelling evidence that I'm seeing in front of me. If you want to learn more about this, because I'm certainly no expert on this subject, there's plenty of information out there if you just search for Obama dreams of my real father. You will find quite a bit of information on this, and I must say it's a very compelling argument when you see the pictures, when you see that Frank Marshall Davis wrote a quite deranged sex book and took naked pictures, or someone did. I don't think that's proven, but someone took naked pictures of Obama's mother, and they're available for you to see, although they're X'd out, so there's no goodies to see. But when you read this story, I gotta tell you, I've never seen anything so compelling as this. And it makes absolute sense, because like I said, who would want the son of a known communist, such as Frank Marshall Davis, who would want a person like that to be president? But the most compelling part is that apparently they were cousins. Now, again, I haven't verified that, so I dare say it. But it would fit the profile of the blood. And geez, wouldn't the birth certificate show blood type? I'm not sure how that works. Perhaps that's why the birth certificate is being hidden. I don't know. Rumor has it, again, that Obama has AB negative blood, the royal blood. But it's also, I guess, important to say this guy Frank Marshall, he just happened to be in all the places where where Obama's mother was, from Hawaii to what was it, Kansas to this man was there. Like I said, his Kenyan father was never there. Obama grew up with a completely white family, Jewish family. So, when Obama states the fact that Frank was his mentor, meaning Frank Marshall, though I don't believe he calls him by name. Anyway, enough of that. Let's go back to the subject. But I do highly suggest that everybody check out the site. I believe the site is called Dreams of My Real Father. If you search for that, you will probably find it. Okay, so back to genealogy here. There is a large list of cousins of George Bush, and the reason this list is valuable is because, of course, if you're cousins with George Bush, your chances are you're a bloodline cousin, you're a bloodline of everybody else in that line. What we find, of course, is all the presidential candidates, but we also find all the vice presidential candidates. Richard Cheney, Dick Cheney, Charles Gates Dawes, Garrett Hobart, Millard Fillmore, Hannibal Hamlin, James Dunforth Quayle. Yes, James Quayle, also a presidential nominee, was vice president, appointed by his cousins. What this means is that all presidents are cousins, and then they appoint their cousins to be vice presidents. Richard Nixon was vice president. Teddy Roosevelt was vice president. It's a foot in the door to become popular enough to become president, because that's really what it is, a popularity contest. As long as the people accept it, it's all good. James Schoolcraft Sherman, Nelson Aldrich Rockefeller, cousin of Bush, governor of New York, vice president. Henry Agard Wallace, Levi Parsons Morton. The list just goes on and on and on and on. Of course, Morton started the Salt franchise.
He was the 31st governor of New York, U.S. Minister to France, member of U.S. House of Representatives from New York. But it doesn't stop there, because let's not forget, who else did the president appoint but U.S. cabinet members? Let's take a good example of that. Who was appointed? Pamela Digby Churchill Harriman, cousin of Bush, cousin of Churchill. Born in England, mother of Sir Winston Churchill, appointed United States Ambassador to France under Clinton. She still held the title, against the Constitution, of Honorable. Archibald Cox, U.S. Solicitor General, Watergate prosecutor, of course, appointed to these positions by their cousins. Alphonso Taft, Attorney General and Secretary of War under Ulysses S. Grant. He founded the Skull and Bones at Yale University, Alphonso Taft. Elliot Lee Richardson, U.S. Cabinet Secretary. McGeorge Mac Bundy, United States National Security Advisor to President John F. Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson. Later became president of the Ford Foundation. And he's well known for escalating the involvement of the United States in Vietnam. All of these people are playing the part of independent people like you and me, who somehow made their way into the fray of politics. No, that's not how it works. You're appointed because you're a cousin. Harvey Hollister Bundy. Well, wait a minute. That's just a brother, father of the other Bundy. It's a family affair. Special assistant to the Secretary of War during World War II, Yale graduate and Skull of Bones and Bones member. Worked for Oliver Wendell Holmes, the famous justice, Supreme Court justice. Folks, who do you think the U.S. Supreme Court justices are? Let me read you a few that are cousins of George Bush, cousins of the presidents who appointed them. John Jay, signer of the Constitution, first Chief Justice of the United States, appointed by his cousin George Washington. And he was president of the First Continental Congress, cousins of the King, Queen of England. Robert Livingston, another Supreme Court justice. He was on the colonial Supreme Court, member of the Committee of 100, and briefly governed New York City. Henry Brockholst Livingston was a U.S. Supreme Court justice appointed by his cousin. William Howard Taft, president of the 9th and 10th Chief Justice of the United States. Joseph Philo Bradley, associate U.S. Supreme Court justice, again, appointed by the president, confirmed by Congress, who also happens to be mostly bloodline members. There's exceptions, of course. Melville Winston Fuller, one of the most important people, although not that well known for some reason. Cousin of George Bush, U.S. Chief Justice, member of the Illinois House of Representatives, delegate to the Illinois Constitutional Convention in 1862, and in 1886, Fuller was president of the Illinois State Bar Association. His protege, Oliver Wendell Holmes, one of the most famous justices in U.S. Supreme Court history, and I'll tell you why. He was a U.S. Supreme Court justice, editor of the American Law Review, Chief Justice of the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court, professor at Harvard Law School. But, you know, what's more important about this guy is that in 1927, Holmes wrote the 8-1 majority opinion in the Buck versus Bell case, sterilization of women who claimed to be, or who were claimed to be, of below average intelligence. Okay? This is Oliver Wendell Holmes. In support of his argument that the interest of the state in a pure gene pool outweighed the interest of individuals in their bodily integrity, in other words, their ability to have more stupid kids, stupid compared to them, of course, the bloodline, that is. The interest of the states in a pure gene pool outweighed the interest of individuals in their bodily integrity, he argued. The people in the Constitution really meant the people of the bloodline, is what he's saying. The people in the bloodline. Those are the people with the real rights around here. He says, quote, "It is better for all the world if instead of waiting to execute degenerate offspring for crime, or to let them starve for their imbecility, society can prevent those who are manifestly unfit from continuing their kind. The principle that sustains compulsory vaccination is broad enough to cover cutting the fallopian tubes. 3 generations of imbeciles are enough." Folks, if you believe that this is not the opinion of the bloodline, the 15, well, let's not say 15%, the part of that 15% that are in the knowledge of this and benefiting from their bloodline position, if you don't think that this is the opinion of them as one big happy family, that we of the positive bloodline, the 85% or more, if you don't think that they would love nothing more than to sterilize the lot of us, well, perhaps you should watch my movie, Lethal Injection, the little story of vaccination, because when he's referring here to the principle that sustains compulsory vaccination, you're going to find, if you do a little research, that vaccination is the premier choice when it comes to sterilization. And I'll leave it at that. Won't get into that because that'll carry me on to a tangent that'd take another 2 hours. But trust me when I say the proof is in the movie. Go watch it. It's free online, as all of my writing and information is. So Oliver Wendell Holmes, appointed by his cousin, the president, and that's his opinion, that we're all imbeciles and that we should have our children prevented. This is not depopulation, mind you. This is population control. There's a big difference between depopulation and population control. Again, go to the movie, watch it. David Hackett Soter, U.S. Supreme Court Justice, Assistant Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General in New Hampshire, and finally Attorney General in 1976 for New Hampshire. All these men are, of course, Bar Association people. Charles Robert Sherman was a judge on the Ohio Supreme Court, trustee of Ohio University. Gabriel Duval, U.S. Supreme Court Justice, known as the most insignificant justice in the history of the U.S. Supreme Court. But you get the picture here. I mean, again, we can go down these lists of people who are members appointed by the president. You have a government in the executive office who has one elected official, everyone else is appointed. That's the truth. Millions and millions of people work for the president, are appointed by the president or his other appointees. He's your one elected person in government. He appoints the, technically, I guess he's elected, but the vice president, elected by the electors, is the head of the Senate. The head of the Senate is technically really not even elected. The system is crazy. When we're talking about U.S. congressmen and U.S. senators, of course you have Barack Obama from Illinois, president of the Harvard Law Review, John Forbes Kerry, Orrin Hatch. These are all cousins of George Bush, therefore cousins of everyone else, and with each other. Orrin Hatch, David Davis, Hamilton Fish, his sons, the Fish clan, several of them, John Keane, Robert Winthrop Keane, Tom Hayden, John Randolph, Harry Flood Bird. I mean, we just go down the list. William Waldorf Astor, another family member. The Astor name is very, very important. First Viscount Astor. New York State Assembly, U.S. Senate, New York. Astor inherited a personal fortune that made him the richest man in America. In 1890, he began construction of the luxurious Waldorf Astoria Hotel, and he's of the Astor family line. The bloodline, the same bloodline as Bush, the same bloodline as George Washington. The Taft family, William Maxwell Evarts, Peter Rawson Taft, Solomon Bundy, another Bundy. It's a family affair. James Danforth Quayle, Lewis Morris, John Pendleton King, Stephen Arnold Douglas, another person here. Stephen Arnold Douglas is a direct descendant of the same line of Mitt Romney and George Bush and others. And yet here he is running for president against Abe Lincoln. Cousins and cousins only get to be in the presidential elections. Those who are not don't get to debate. You put out a picture. You know, the one person I haven't been able to find, seems like a very guarded secret, is one Mr. Ron Paul. When I put a picture of Ron Paul next to a young Ron Paul, next to a young picture of George W. Bush, the similarities are striking. But I will say this, I cannot find the bloodline of Ron Paul anywhere, and I've searched and searched and searched and searched, because that's the one person I wanted to prove. I'm still searching, so if anybody has that information, I'd love to hear it. Robert Charles Winthrop, Thomas Hopkinson Elliott, chairman of the United Negro College Fund. All of these folks were congressmen and senators. Go down the list, and down and down. It's an endless list of people in the bloodline. John Foster Dulles. We know about the Dulles name. Robert Lowe Bacon. Well, why does Bacon sound familiar? Well, how about Kevin Bacon and that family? You think Kevin Bacon's an actor because he's a good actor? No. Gaspar Griswold Bacon Sr., U.S. Senator and President of the Massachusetts Senate, 51st Lieutenant Governor of Massachusetts, member of the board of Harvard University. That's why Kevin Bacon is an actor. just suspend your beliefs, folks. Timothy Fuller, member of the U.S. House of Representatives from Massachusetts, great-grandfather of U.S. Treasury Secretary Timothy Geithner. You think Timothy Geithner is U.S. Treasury Secretary and appointed as president of the Federal Reserve Bank? No. It's not because he's a good banker. It's not because he's familiar with the concept of usury and would make a good banker. No, it's because he's the bloodline. Why does he protect the secrets of the Fed? He's protecting the secrets of the bloodline. Timothy Geithner. Abraham Lincoln was also a member of the U.S. House of Representatives. John Goodwin Tower, Lewis Henry Morgan. You know the Morgans. Philip Hyslop Sumner. Sumner is also a familiar name. John Sherman. They call him the Ohio Icicle. He was a representative from Ohio during the Civil War, the Secretary of Treasury and the Secretary of State. He was the main author of the Sherman Antitrust Act. Cornelius Calvin Sale, Jr. Old Cornelius has a troubled history. Who was this guy? Well, member of the House of Representatives, West Virginia, Senate Majority Leader, Senate Minority Leader, Senate Minority Whip, President pro tempore of the United States Senate. In other words, he was the eldest serving senator. U.S. Senator from West Virginia. But also, in the early 1940s, Mr. Byrd recruited 50 of his friends and associates to create the new chapter of the Ku Klux Klan. He stated, "I shall never fight in the armed forces with a Negro by my side. Rather, I should die 1,000 times and see Old Glory trampled in the dirt, never to rise again, and to see this beloved land of ours become degraded by race mongrels. A throwback to the blackest specimen from the wilds. This in a letter to Senator Theodore Bilbo in 1944 on May 19th. Of course, Mr. Byrd endorsed Barack Obama. You see, Mr. Byrd came around, decided his Ku Klux Klan participation and his hatred of Negroes, the race mongrel, was okay because, you see, President Obama, while being a race mongrel, at least halfway there, was also of royal blood and Mr. Byrd's cousin. So it's okay to endorse a race mongrel as long as he has the negative blood type, the bloodline of the royals. It's God. I mean, come on. Life is so ridiculous when you realize all this. Galicia Aaron Grow, member of the U.S. House of Representatives, lawyer, writer, businessman, Speaker of the House from 1961 to 1963, cousin of George Bush. Mary Whitaker, i.e. Mary Bono Mack. Bono, huh? That sounds familiar. Member of the U.S. House of Representatives from California's 45th and 44th District. Happened to be Sonny Bono's wife. Well, hey, Sonny Bono, a singer, but also a U.S. representative, California. Do you think Sonny Bono became a U.S. representative because he's a famous singer? No, it's because he's bloodline. Cher is too. William Harrison Frist, U.S. Senator, and Absalom Willis Robertson, U.S. Senator. Again, the list goes on and on and on of people who are bloodline and in government. But more importantly, I think, we have to also, take into consideration that along with those cousins in the American government, what about the cousins that are, outside of the American government? Because, talk about a conflict of interest. Well, is it a conflict of interest for George Bush to have family in foreign governments? Well, in my opinion, I would say so. Obama, is it a conflict of interest for any president to have family in other countries? Yeah, I think so. So let's take some examples here. Besides Kings Zog, king of the Albanians, and King Lika, king of the Albanians, how about foreign military generals? Thomas Cage was the commander-in-chief of the British forces in North America, overseeing the British response to Pontiac's rebellion. Military governor of the province of Massachusetts Bay, who implemented the Intolerable Acts, punishing Massachusetts people for the Boston Tea Party. He sparked the battles of Lexington and Concord, beginning the American War of Independence. This was the bad guy. This was, you see, the cousin on the English or British side, Thomas Gage was. This is George Bush's cousin, therefore all presidents' cousin. Why is that important? Well, folks, anybody that's done any token bit of research into history knows that wars and the people who start them and the people that fund them are all on the same side. They fund both wars. When you talk about bankers and international bankers, you're talking about the bloodline cooperating to create this system. So, I guess we can look at it this way. Let's take the Civil War, for instance. It's actually kind of hilarious. George Bush's cousins include Ulysses Simpson Grant, president, of course. Abraham Lincoln made him the lieutenant general and the commander of all the Union armies, defeating the Confederacy led by his cousin, Robert E. Lee, Lincoln's first choice for commander of Union armies. So he wanted Robert E. Lee, but got Ulysses Grant. Robert E. Lee, of course, was the Confederate commander who lost to Ulysses S. Grant, descended from William Randolph, also spawning Thomas Jefferson and John Marshall. This makes the two Civil War generals cousins. They're on the same side. They didn't die in the war. This is profit. You also had James Longstreet was the Confederate commander, cousin of George Bush, cousin of Lincoln, cousin of his uh, uh, generals who were fighting against him. Joseph Hooker, Major General in the Union Army during the American Civil War, and he defeated Confederate General Robert E. Lee, of course, his cousin, at the Battle of the Chancellorsville in 1863, popularly known as Fighting Joe Hooker. He led President Lincoln's, of course, his cousin, he led his funeral procession. I mean, if that doesn't tell you something, of course your close cousin is going to lead your funeral procession. And of course you became a major general in the U.S. Army, Union Army, because you are cousins. You think the Joint Chiefs of Staff are there because they're good little soldiers? No, folks. That's a political appointment. Governors of the states, same thing. We could read a list of them. Do we need to? Romney, Palin. These are all the governors of states. Do we really need to go down the list of them? Because I've got that too. William Tecumseh Sherman, William Sherman, commanding general of the army after his cousin, Grant, became president. Of course, he was primarily responsible for the engagement in the Indian Wars over the next 15 years, published in his memoirs, which is one of the most famous first-hand accounts of the Civil War. Superintendent of Louisiana State Seminary of Learning and Military Academy, which later became Louisiana State University. Okay, again, Louisiana State University was first Louisiana State Seminary of Learning the mystery religions. This is what all of these universities were started as. It's so important to know that. You got your U.S. military generals that are a little more modern. You have Douglas MacArthur, Field Marshal, General of the United States Army and Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army, cousin of George Bush. Charles Jackson Payne, General in the Union Army and the Civil War, railroad executive. He was the owner of the Puritan, the Mayflower, and the Volunteer in the yachting sport of America's Cup, and one of the oarsmen between Harvard and Yale. And Lucian King Truscott Jr., U.S. Army General in World War II. Again, all cousins of George Bush, therefore cousins of the whole clan, the whole bloodline. But again, foreign military generals, not just American ones. Thomas Gage, the commander of the British forces, cousins fighting cousins, be it civil or international. Henry Gage, third Viscount Gage, the Member of Parliament, Major General in the British Army. He married his cousin, Susanna Maria, inheriting a large part of the American estate of Vice Admiral Sir Peter Warren, Susanna's grandfather. Hans Lothar von Schweinitz, Germany, General of the Infantry. Archibald Kennedy, First Marquis of Ailsa, Lord Lieutenant of Ayrshire. I mean, we just go on and on and on and on and on and on. Henry William Paget, Master General of the Ordnance, Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, Earl of Uxbridge, Field Marshal leading the charge of the heavy cavalry in the Battle of Waterloo against us. Under George IV, George Bush's other cousin, Henry Paget, another one. Passed down because he's the fourth Marquis, and the other Henry Paget was the first Marquis. Fourth Marquis of Anglesey. Earl of Uxbridge, Vice Admiral of the Coast, North Wales. Honorable Colonel. Famous lawmen. Ames Butler, Wild Bill Hickok. Charles Joseph Bonaparte, U.S. Attorney General. Charles Taylor Sherman, Ohio lawyer and judge, appointed by President Lincoln, his cousin, as commissioner to settle the war claims in St. Louis. and one of the first government directors of the Union Pacific Railroad. Grandfather and great-grandfather both served in the state courts of Connecticut. Allen Bartlett Shepard, Percival Lawrence Lowell, Samuel Pierpont Langley. Astronomers, astronauts. Alan Welsh Dulles, Director of the Central Intelligence. Banker, lawyer, member of the Warren Commission. Son of Presbyterian minister Allen Macy Dulles and Edith Foster. Okay, you're going to see time and time again the connection of ministers in this, because again, the clergy were the leaders. Church, I mean, we all know about Roman canon law. It was the law. So these congregational churches are set up as governments. The church basically becomes the government. He graduated from Princeton University, where he participated in the American Whig Theosophic Society, Mr. Allen Welsh Dulles. Then you have William Putnam Bill Bundy, CIA member, Foreign Affairs Advisor to JFK and LBJ. Key planner of the Vietnam War, if you can call it a war, CIA-driven front. Member of Yale University's Skull and Bones. He became a historian, naturally, because all historians are of the bloodline. Therefore, the history you get in school is complete crap, written by the victors, the victorious bloodline. He was part of the top secret MK Ultra operation to break Nazi codes. Well, I should say Ultra, not MK Ultra. Assistant Secretary for LBJ, taught at MIT, Princeton University, editor of the Journal of Foreign Affairs, and member of its publisher, the Council on Foreign Relations. Do you think the members of the Council on Foreign Relations have anything to do with anybody but the blood of the Queen of England? No. His father, Harvey Hollister Bundy, was a diplomat who helped implement the Marshall Plan. Then you've got the Mormon presidents and its hierarchy. I'll just name a few. Joseph Smith, the founder and president. Brigham Young, the second president of the Mormon Church. Gordon Bittner Hinckley, of Assassin Hinckley fame, president of the Mormon Church. Orson Pratt was a Mormon leader. Family of Mitt Romney. Orson Pratt had a total of 45 children by 10 wives. Parley Parker Pratt, Mormon leader, great-grandfather of Mitt Romney. All cousins of Obama, all cousins of George Bush. Then you have other Puritan religious figures. Mary Baker Eddy was the founder of Christian Science. Again, the founder of churches. Avery Robert Dulles, we just talked about. He was a Jesuit cardinal. His Eminence, the Most Reverend Lord Avery Robert Dulles. His Eminence. Created a cardinal of the Catholic Church in Rome in 2001 by Pope John Paul II. President of the Catholic Theological Society of America and the American Theological Society. Also Professor Emeritus at the Catholic University of America. This expands to all religions, folks. That's the point. Arthur Buckminster Fuller, Unitarian clergyman. Graduated from Harvard University in 1843. And studied at the Harvard Divinity School. Henry Whitfield was a Reverend Puritan minister who had come from England to flee religious persecution. Again, freedom of religion in America, so the Satanists could come here and start their own religions. Great, wonderful, Luciferianism, Theosophy, I can't say it. All these New Age type of religions. Okay, so we finally come to foreign presidents and prime ministers. Of course, these are all cousins of the current and past presidents. Sir Winston Churchill, we already mentioned, a United Kingdom prime minister. Maurice Talleyrand Parigold, first prime minister of France. Karl Krieve von Moltke was the Danish minister to the United States. Clemens Ketteler, Imperial German Diplomatic Corps, serving in China, Washington, D.C., and Mexico. Prince Sergei Platonovich Obelinsky, Russian prince and vice chairman of the board of the Hilton Hotels Corporation. Bernard Forbes, of course, Forbes being a Carey family name. 8th Earl of Granard, House of Lords, title of Baron Granard, and Lord-in-Waiting to King Edward the Seventh. He was the government whip in the House of Lords, and on and on and on and on. Richard Bedford Bennett, 1st Viscount Bennett, Canadian Prime Minister. Sir Robert Laird Borden, Canadian Prime Minister. Chancellor of the Queen's University and passed the War Measures Act. John Singleton Copley, 1st Baron Lyndhurst. Born in Boston, 3 times Lord Chancellor of Great Britain, Lord Chief Baron of the Exchequer, House of Lords. Edward Kenelm Digby, the 11th and 5th Baron Digby. Succeeded his father to take the seat in the House of Lords, a Knight of the Garter, Lord Lieutenant of Dorset. Francisco Silvela, Spanish Prime Minister, President of Spain, leader of the Conservative Party there. And he concluded the German-Spanish Treaty. Again, this is family slowly taking over each country, claiming to be the royalty of each country, or in the United States, claiming to be the president, which really just is royalty. We call it something different, but let's face it. The truth is, we've had royalty as president for the history of this country. Sir Charles Tupper, 1st Bart, 6th Canadian Prime Minister, one of the fathers of Confederation of Canada, similar to the founding fathers of America. You think it's any different than any other founding father? Well, the founding fathers came over on as East India Corporation, man. That's it. They founded the corporation. They founded mining and all the other things that benefit the family, the royal city of London. Thomas Masaryk, president of Czechoslovakia. What can I say here? Canadian Prime Minister John George Diefenbaker. John Garrick, I can't say these names, Czechoslovakia Foreign Minister. Erskine Hamilton Childers, 4th President of Ireland, Member of Parliament. Maurice Harold Macmillan, 1st Earl of Stockton, UK Prime Minister. It just goes on and on and on, folks. The whole world is ruled by the bloodline. How about bankers, capitalists, financiers? John Pierpont Morgan, all of these, again, cousins of George Bush, listed as cousins of George Bush. J.P. Morgan Chase Corporation, John Pierpont Morgan, John Davidson Rockefeller, David Rockefeller, William Rockefeller, David Leavitt, president of the American Exchange Bank of New York during the financial panic of 1837. Who caused the panic? The bloodline did. Samuel Eliot, and merchant, the president of the Massachusetts Bank. Timothy Geithner, we already talked about, central banker, cousin of George Bush, economist, president of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, 75th and current, I think he's still current, United States Secretary of Treasury. Jeremiah Mason, U.S. Senator, New Hampshire, member of the New Hampshire House of Representatives, Attorney General of New Hampshire, President of the United States Bank. Joseph Wharton, we know the Wharton family also, an industrialist and financier in mining, manufacturing, and education. Founded the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania, co-founded the Bethlehem Steel Company, co-founder of Swarthmore College. Religion was Society of Friends. So his particular religion was called the Society of Friends, which was a Quaker religion in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Lobbied for nickel to be used in U.S. coinage because, of course, he had the virtual monopoly on nickel mining production in the United States. That's the Wharton clan. Hoyt Sherman, appointed by President Zachary Taylor as postmaster of Des Moines, clerk of the district court, appointed by President Lincoln as paymaster in the Union Army with the rank of major. Manager of Equitable Life Insurance Company of Iowa, member of the House of the 11th General Assembly, chairman of the Committee on Railroads, co-founder and president of the Pioneer Lawmakers Association, published the Annals of Iowa on early banking in Iowa and on the State Bank of Iowa, and was the chief executive officer of the Associated Charities of Des Moines. You'll find that the heads of the Red Cross and all of these different charities are also Bloodline members, and you'll also find, of course, that charities really benefit and profit these corporations. Destroy an infrastructure, rebuild it through charity. Of course, charities get government grants and donations from us because we don't know any better. George Washington Riggs, banker, known as the President's Banker of Riggs Bank, a reputation of financing the Mexican-American War, making large profits. Co-organizer of the Washington and Georgetown Railroad Company, trustee of the Corcoran Gallery of Art, and of the Peabody Education Fund, treasurer of the Mount Vernon Ladies Association of the Union. On and on and on. You have industrialists and tycoons, Samuel Colt, the gun manufacturer, cousins of George Bush, the Vanderbilt family, and of course you have Mr. Vanderbilt himself on the, CNN? What's his name with the white hair? Son of the Vanderbilt, Gloria Laura Vanderbilt, artist, author, actress, developer of Blue Jeans. William Avery Rockefeller founded the Standard Oil Company. John Davison Rockefeller founded the Standard Oil Company. Sidney Biddle Barrows, businesswoman, who became known as an escort service owner while using the stage name Sheila Devon, and later became known as the Mayflower Madam, now a management consultant and writer. Why was she called the Mayflower Madam? All these families, these bloodlines, who were using her services came from the original settlers, who were East India Company settlers, escaping religious persecution for what King James called demonology, the religion of demonology, the Mayflower Madam. Get it? You got Alicia Graves Otis, elevator manufacturer, Herbert Henry Dow, founder of Dow Chemicals, Jason J. Gould, Union Pacific Railroads, Western Union Telegraph Company, Missouri Pacific Railroad. How about Henry Samuel Firestone, recognized Firestone Tire and Rubber Company, Robert Warren Miller, duty-free airport shop tycoon, CEO, chairman of Search Investment Group, a large shareholder in Ortelius Capital Partners, which was founded by Miller's son-in-law, Prince Pavlos of Greece. Marshall Field, we talked about too, the department store founder, Marshall Field and Company. It also has Field Enterprises, holding company of newspapers and TV stations. Very important to control those in the family, including Simon & Schuster and Pocket Books, and many influential comic strips. Henrietta Howland Russell, or Hetty Green, a tycoon named the Witch of Wall Street. First American woman to make a substantial impact on Wall Street after inheriting $7.5 million from Quaker father and mother Edward Mott Robinson and Abby Howland. Of course, the Howland family is where we find the genealogical research that links about 10 or 12 presidents, including Bush and Romney, and Sir Winston Churchill. Charles William Post and Marjorie Merriweather Post, of course, of General Foods Incorporated, Post cereal. Charles Lewis Tiffany Glass, as well as Lewis Comfort Tiffany. Excuse me. Theodore Newton Vail, president of AT&T, founded the Vermont School of Agriculture, which turned into the Linden Institute Prep School. He was co-founder of Junior Achievement, had a monopoly on the telephone system, officially the Kingsbury Commitment of 1913. Hugh Bancroft family, president of Dow Jones, who committed suicide. He inherited the Wall Street Journal, of which the stock was sold to cousin Rupert Murdoch. The News Corporation. Abel Head, Shanghai, Pierce, Texas rancher of the Pierce family. That's Barbara Pierce, again the 9th cousin of George Bush, who he married, and 10th and 11th cousin. Charles Goodnight, cattle rancher, perhaps the best known rancher in Texas. He's a newspaper man and banker as well. You know, this list goes on and on and on, but it also includes something else very important. We talked about actors. How about feminists, modernists, radicals, and critics? Virginia Woolf, cousin of George Bush. She's responsible for the modernist movement. Phyllis Schlafly founded the Eagle Forum. Of course, the Eagle Forum pretends to be against some of these big government things, but they're just part of the bloodline. You might want to ask your current president of the Eagle Forum who she's related to. Frances Elizabeth Caroline Willard, the temperance leader. Tom Hayden was a radical. Lucretia Coffin Mott was a feminist, American Quaker. Susan B. Anthony, of course, celebrated feminist, civil and women's rights leader, co-founded the Women's Rights Journal, The Revolution. All revolutions, folks, are manufactured by this same bloodline. Just get it into your head. Charlotte Masaryk, first president of Czechoslovakia, was his wife. From a Unitarian family, one of the Mayflower passengers, a socialist, anti-Marxist, humanitarian, cultural promoter. Wallace Simpson, or as her name actually is, Bessie Wallace Warfield. Wallace Simpson, of course, the American socialite, whose third husband, Prince Edward, was the Duke of Windsor, formerly King Edward VIII of the United Kingdom, who abdicated his throne to marry her. It's not like she wasn't part of the family. She was, if I'm not mistaken, not a part of the Church of England, but a Roman Catholic, and that's why she couldn't be queen. Ridiculous. She became the Duchess of Windsor. Duke and Duchess of Windsor were respected by many in government and society of being, of course, Nazi sympathizers. Oh, we talked about some of the assassins and the traitors. We mentioned Benedict Arnold being a cousin of George Bush, and John Warnock Hinckley, who, of course, attempted to assassinate Ronald Reagan. George Bush just happened to have lunch with Hinckley's brother, George Bush Sr., that is. Lizzie Borden got free from committing axe murders of her father and stepmother. She was acquitted of that, of course. You've got to protect the blood. Mary Elizabeth Jenkins Surratt, hanged in 1865 for conspiring to assassinate Abraham Lincoln. Of course, she was his cousin. Charles Julius Guiteau, assassin, preacher, writer, and lawyer who assassinated U.S. President James Garfield. Executed by hanging, was part of the Congregational Church, as we mentioned, cousin of the president he assassinated, and cousin of George Bush and everyone else. We listed a bunch of actors, but I'll just go through the list real quick. Sir Laurence Olivier, Audrey Hepburn, Humphrey DeForest Bogart, Janet Leigh, whose actual name is Janet Helen Morrison, Tony Curtis. All these people have different names, of course. Jamie Lee Curtis, Henry Fonda, Jane Fonda, Peter Fonda, Bridget Fonda, Troy Garrity, Michael Strange, whose real name is Blanche Ulrichs, Holocaust promoter and filmmaker Alexandra von Moltke Islis, Kirk Douglas, whose name is Isur Danielovich Dembski, Michael Kirk Douglas, of course, his father, Edward Montgomery Clift, Jane Wyatt, Kevin Norwood Bacon, Edie Sedgwick, who is Edith Minturn Edie Sedgwick, Girl of the Year in 1965, one of Andy Warhol's superstars. Dorothy Gish, Lillian Gish, Sigourney Weaver, whose name is Suzanne Alexandra Sigourney Weaver. Winstead Sheffield Doodles Weaver was a comedian. Oh, Julianne Harris, Glenn Close, Brooke Shields, Norma Jean, Marilyn Monroe, Christopher Reeve, very close cousin of Obama and Clinton and Bush. Ronald Wilson Reagan was also an actor, a professional liar, then became the most important professional liar as President of the United States. David Bacon, Gasper Griswold David Bacon Jr., was another actor. Kevin Bacon. Katharine Hepburn was a Houghton, was an actress. Betty Davis, Ruth Elizabeth Betty Davis was an actress. The list just goes on and on. Daniel Baldwin, Stephen Baldwin, William Billy Baldwin, Alexander Ray Alec Baldwin, Anthony Perkins, the Ritchie, Bing Crosby, Harry Lillis Bing Crosby, Bart Park Overall, Diane Weber, who's actually Marguerite Empey, Mariel Hemingway and her mother, William Bradley Pitt, Robert Selden Duvall, one of my favorite actors. I was so disappointed when I saw that. Diane Weber, Phineas Taylor, P.T. Barnum. It just goes on and on and on, folks. It's amazing. Donald Clark, or Donny Osmond, and his lovely wife and cousin, Olive Marie Osmond. Or, excuse me, I'm sorry, that's his sister. My bad. How about Don Imus? John Donald Imus Jr. Yes, he is also controlled opposition, a member of the Bloodline family. How about Johnny Carson? Yep, he's one of them too. It goes on and on and on. Don't forget Walt Disney, he's one of them. It's just frustrating to go through this. I mentioned musicians and singers, composers, music moguls. A lot of them as well. Cole Porter. Cole Porter couldn't figure out why he wasn't successful, and he's quoted as saying something to the extent that, well, I figured out that the only way to make good music in Hollywood is to put a Jewish flair to it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All the genealogists, historians, educators, philosophers, all the presidents of the Yales and the Stanfords and the colleges, all of them are in this group. And again, I could go down this list. Scientists, inventors, doctors, researchers, all the famous ones, all the inventors of all the things. Where did they get the money and the influence and the possibility? It's because they're blood. Poets, artists, painters, Emily Dickinson, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, Harold Hart Crane, Robert Treat Paine, Thomas Paine, I should say. It goes on and on and on and on. Now, I hope this isn't boring, people, because really, I can't tell you how important this is, because everything you know, everything you read, all these old books coming from these people, they shape and mold your opinions and your history. Jane Austen, Emily Dickinson, George Orwell, Aldous Huxley, Louisa May Alcott, Lucian King Truscott. It's such a disappointment to me to know this. I don't want to participate in this system in any way, shape, or form because I know this. The Skousens, Royal Skousen, W. Cleon Skousen, Joel Skousen, very famous in the Mormon Church, all members of the Bloodline. William Sidney Porter O. Henry, John Ernest Steinbeck, Jonathan Swift, Zelda Fitzgerald, Hugh Hefner, we know who Hugh Hefner is, Charles Schreibner, Schreibner Book Company, Frank Nelson Doubleday, the publisher. How do you get a book through the Doubleday Foundation, the Doubleday Corporation? Well, it helps if you're a brother or a sister or a cousin, I'll tell you that much. Oh, boy, I mean, it's just, media, sports figures, Steve Young, Stephen Young, John Stephen Young. Clergy, John Hancock Jr., signer of the Constitution, father of John Hancock. So, folks, who else? Who else? How about royalty? George Bush, Elizabeth II, Jane Seymour. We go on and on and on. The list is endless. Princes from all over the world, kings, queens. You know, I keep mentioning the word Puritan, the Pilgrims, the Puritans. These folks came over and were funded by the family, by the bloodline, and they were the people who again set up the Constitution to protect their religion, the country to protect their religion, to protect what we have today, which is pure hell. But I want to tell you about the Puritans. Puritans saw in the Bible a rational and consistent doctrine, the covenant, which set forth rules and regulations which covered every aspect of life. The covenant, defined, means a binding and solemn agreement by two or more people, parties, etc., to do or not do a specific thing, a compact. The promises made by God to man as recorded in the Bible. A little timeline of the Pilgrims and the Puritans in New England. In 1620, the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth. In 1628, an advance party of Puritans began to prepare Massachusetts Bay for settlement. In 1630, the Great Migration began. An estimated 3,000 persons migrated to Massachusetts Bay. In 1630 through 40, an estimated 20,000 immigrants sailed from Massachusetts Bay. 1631, listen to this, folks, citizenship into this new colony was limited to membership in the churches. This meant that about 1 in 5 adult males could actually vote because they were of the church, of the clergy. Each spring, the citizens or their representatives met in Boston to elect the governor, the citizens of other officials and members of the general court. Before the vote, a minister gave an election sermon. 1636, Harvard University was founded, and, quote, primarily to produce an educated ministry. Who was the ministry? Well, they were the citizens. They were the ones, landowners, royalty, the bloodline who could vote. Produce an educated ministry at Harvard University. Who set it up? The Puritans, the Pilgrims, the Quakers. The first printing press in English settlements was set up in Cambridge in 1639. In 1647, the law required every town of 100 families or more to provide free elementary instruction, whether through private or public school. A humanistic curriculum. In 1692, Plymouth Colony was absorbed into Massachusetts Bay by royal charter. The Charter of 1692 also appointed the governor and gave the right to vote to male property holders. Consequently, the Puritans began to lose their political stranglehold on the colony, and the church and state were being separated. Oh my God! The church and state separated. Oh, we can't have that now, can we? Accelerating this trend was the tendency of subsequent generations to lack the fervor and commitment of the first generation of Puritans, and the increasing number of non-Puritan immigrants. Gradually, Massachusetts Bay ceased to be a theocracy. A theocracy means that it is a government dominated by priests, clerics, who rule in the name of God, the divine right, remember, with Harvard University and the other universities set up to teach that. A country ruled by priests, clerics claiming divine authority, that is a theocracy. And really, that's really what we're in, unfortunately. We just don't know it, because this opinion is not publicly stated. But this is the origins of all our presidents. The purpose of the Puritan immigration. The Puritans immigrated to establish God's commonwealth on earth, a community of visible saints following the Bible, and to found churches on the congregational model. The King of England gave his permission for the migration in order for England to acquire raw materials, to check the power of Spain and find a new route to the Orient, and to convert the Indians. Okay, what was the purpose of founding the Americas, the American colonies? It was so that the king, so that the crown, I should say, the corporation could acquire raw materials, mining and all that, which is why they started homesteading and started giving people land, allowing them to claim land as miners, to check the power of Spain and to find a new route to the Orient, and to convert the Indians. Government. The fall, what they call the fall, which was what we said earlier, the fall of the new generations of Puritans, not necessarily clinging to the old generations. The fall made government necessary. So God created government. Though the form of government was not specified in the Bible, it was clear to the Puritans that men and women should live in communities under a government with the power to direct their lives and punish evil doings. John Cotton, one of the famous ones, said society in all sorts of humane affairs is better than solitariness. The Bible did specifically accept subordination of individuals and classes. Therefore, government was formed by the consent of the government to God's law of justice and of subordination to superiors. You can see why they did not want separation of church and state. Government depended on the compact or agreement of the governed, whose willing and active participation created the society. Well, folks, that's talking about you, because you are all consenting to this current form of government, which came from this. In other words, society was one unit, and members were subordinated to its purpose. The holy and regenerate, the saved or visible saints ruled. Still the case today, folks. Samuel Mather attributed all sin and misery to hearkening to reason against institution. Nevertheless, men of learning the clergy, could use right reason to interpret the Bible and to direct others. As Uriah Oakes explained, wisdom lies in the rational application of general rules of Scripture to ourselves and our own conditions, and in the introduction of particulars and due reasoning from it. Now, why am I going into this so much? Because this is, again, these are the people who are in the order of Charlemagne, who are in the Merovingian dynasty orders that are in the United States. The Mayflower Madam, the Mayflower genealogical societies, the Daughters of the Revolution. All of these folks are in that because of their bloodline, something that we're not supposed to be concerned about in this country. But everything in this country is based on that. Now, this is the most important thing that you're going to hear in all of these hours of me jabbering about this. This is the concept of all things that I want to get across to you right here and right now. Because this is what the Puritan ideal is explained as. Understand this. Please get this through your head. While living in this world, the individual should be fixed on or committed to the next world. In the words of John Cotton, quote, "There is another combination of virtues strangely mixed in every lively holy Christian, and that is diligence in worldly business and yet deadness to the world." Diligence in worldly business and yet deadness to the world. He goes on, quote, "Such a mystery as none can read, but that they know it, referring to, of course, the mystery religion. The Puritan, and this is it, folks, this says everything right here. The Puritan should bestir himself for profit, usury in other words, and yet be a man dead-hearted to the world. Okay, now if you don't understand what this is saying, if you don't grasp what this is saying with regards to our current leaders, who are all cousins of these people, the Puritans, this is the bloodline. This is the people currently ruling our country, currently presiding as president, currently in Congress, approving everything the president does. What we have is a case where people, if while living in this world, the individual should be fixed on or committed to the next world, how can we then entrust this bloodline, these people, to ensure that this world is taken care of, to ensure that we, the people, are taken care of? If the people that we put up, without even understanding how why we do it, if the people that we are propping up to be the curators and caretakers of this world, to be the curators and caretakers of ourselves and our children, to ensure that we live wonderful lives, and yet they are only fixed to or committed to the next world, their afterlife, their whatever they're calling it, their religion, which is probably not your religion, if you even have one. Demonology, folks. The individual should be fixed or committed to the next world. There is another combination of virtues strangely mixed in every lively, holy Christian. Diligence in worldly business, and yet deadness to the world. These folks don't care about, quote unquote, the environment. They don't care if they're killing species on a daily basis. They don't care if they kill your species, or I should say your blood type, your bloodline. They don't care, because they're only focused on the next world as stated by their original doctrines, their religious men, their clergy. This is what the schools, the mystery schools, your Harvards, your Stanfords, your Yales, this is what those were teaching the clergy. The Puritan should bestir himself for profit in this world, and yet be a man dead-hearted to this world. The only reason that we should participate in this world is to prop ourselves up in this world, to become the leaders, to ensure the power of the bloodline. Folks, I'm not doing this because it's going to benefit me. I'm not here telling you these things and spending this many hours on this subject because it suits my fancy, because it's a flight of fancy, or because I think that, I don't know what to tell you. If you don't understand what I'm saying, or you think I'm crazy, if you think this is all 6 degrees of separation, there is no hope for you. And in the first show that I did, we talked about nonviolence. These are the violent people. These are the people creating and sustaining and profiting from the wars. These are the people who hire us as police to beat us when we don't like their laws. They are the lawmakers. Okay, they are Congress. They are your governors. They are your presidents. Blood type, bloodline, blood type. Please understand that this does not in any way make me happy to have to report this information. I'm not getting anything out of it. In fact, it might hurt me to come out so strongly against this. Because if I were to say I'm against government, I'm against the continuity of this government. What I'm really saying is that I'm against the continuity of this bloodline, of this corporation that's been established, of which we're all children of the East India Company. That is what I'm against. And yet I'm supposed to not promote violence. I'm supposed to say, well, it's just the way things are. The common response to most people, well, I can't change it. I'll hope and I'll pray. Well, folks, hope, praying, faith, all of these things are what got us here in the first place. You have faith that things are going to change, they're never going to change. If you sit there and you hope that things are going to change, I'm the first one that's going to tell you that ain't going to happen. Because hope changes nothing. Faith changes nothing. Only your actions will change the disposition of your enslavement, your economic and consumer enslavement to these people. I could go on and on and on all day and all night, but to be quite honest, I need a drink of water. So I'm going to leave you, I think at this point with that. I still could literally, I mean, we could go on and on and on with this, but I think that you get the point. And I hope, God, I hope, that you guys will start looking into this yourself. That you'll start realizing who your leaders are, who your masters are, and that all this time you never realized it. I hope you realize that the signers of the Constitution were also the bloodline cousins of George Washington and the King that they were complaining against. This is why, when you hear me talk badly about the Constitution, and I won't even say badly, I'm simply reading it as is. When I read that the Fifth Amendment states that your life, liberty, and property can be taken away with due process of law, and I read then that the Supreme Court justices are all, or mostly, appointed by the president as cousins, there's a conflict of interest there. Why should I accept that as my law? These people who think they have the divine right over me to rule me, these people who are going to change our world into a one government, one religion, new world order. Part of that is what we already have. The Constitution was just one step in the direction. Now, the next step, believe it or not, is to destroy the current system. Because only out of the ashes can the phoenix rise. And that means destroying the people who are against it. Well, if you haven't noticed, I'm against it. So come destroy me. But in the meantime, I don't have any way to get this information out except what I'm doing now. The only thing I can do is ask you to share it. I know people will probably think it's nuts, but it's the truth. It's as true as the nose in your face. And when in the future you hear me talk poorly, or hear me examine, or hear me talk about the United States, it's not because I'm unpatriotic. It's not because I'm a bad guy, or I'm the devil, or I'm one of these people. It's because I understand what's happening. I understand who my masters are. And I don't accept it anymore. And the only way that I can make a change is to do exactly what I'm doing, and that is to inform you of this information. And this information, folks, is available to you if you look. That's the only thing I can ask you to do, is don't listen to me. Well, do listen to me, but verify what I'm saying for yourself. Let me read you, and I'll leave you with this, just one last little piece from the Burke's Peerage, so that we understand Burke's Peerage and baronetage. Well, I'll just read it. The books, Burke's Peerage and baronetage, and Burke's landed gentry have for 175 years recorded the genealogies of the United Kingdom and Ireland's titled and landed families, often referred to as the aristocracy Bible. These are without comparisons as a genealogical reference to the influential figures and families of Great Britain and Ireland. Burke's publishing director, Harold Brooks Baker, says Bush's royal connections are startling. Bush is closely related to every European monarch, both on and off the throne, says Brooks Baker. Some of the governor's royal kin include Britain's Queen Elizabeth II, the Queen Mother, Duchess Sarah Fergie Ferguson, and even the late Princess Diana. His most prominent ancestor may be England's King Charles II, who shared the governor's vision of a strong military. Going back nearly 1,000 years, Brooks Baker points out both the Bush and Pierce families. Barbara Bush's maiden name is Pierce, as we discussed, and they were all high society. He says, quote, not one member of his family was working class, middle class, or even middle class. Gore's family members weren't exactly peasants. The vice president's family tree included Charlemagne and 3 Holy Roman emperors. So I guess if you think that the Church of England was somehow getting away from the family connection of the Holy Roman Church, you got another thing coming. And a good fight wouldn't frighten the vice president's most famous ancestor, England's Edward I, best known today as the king who defeated and then executed the character named Braveheart. Gore is running a bit behind Bush in the European royal count, as his bloodline runs close to some American homegrown nobility, including Thomas Jefferson. As for John Kerry, the 60-year-old can trace his roots back to the first Massachusetts governor, John Winthrop. First Massachusetts governor, a Puritan, a Pilgrim, a Quaker, who, just like John Kerry, gives a crap about this world in lieu of the next. And yet he's in charge of this world. You get it? Kerry can almost certainly be traced back to King James I and to the bloodline straight through the Windsor and Hanover families. Brooks Baker said, both candidates have a remarkable number of royal connections, and both are related to Queen Elizabeth. What about Bill Clinton? In an Associated Press article published in the Daily Oklahoman, October 28, 1996, Harold Brooks Baker said Bill Clinton was born William Jefferson Blythe, but took his stepfather's name as a teenager. Clinton's ancestry can be traced back on his mother's side to King Henry III, who ruled England from 1227 to 1272, and he is descended from King Robert I of France. Furthermore, he is related to every Scottish monarch to the current British royal family. Clinton's royal roots include several medieval monarchs and Simon de Montfort, a statesman and soldier under King Henry III. Through de Montfort, Clinton is related to every ancient aristocratic family. In the same article, the journalist revealed that Bill Clinton's family goes back to William Henry Harrison and Benjamin Harrison, making him related to Gerald Ford and Jimmy Carter. His kinship to Ford makes him near kin to Richard Nixon and George Bush. Small world, isn't it? And this seems to be a jealous, guarded secret, as over the past years, efforts to uncover Clinton's personal history have been nigh into impossible to confirm. Very, very difficult, not to mention the Clinton suicides revolving around the Clintons and their drug-running business. The president had all records of his family history, school records, and medical history, etc., sealed. If you think it's just a probability game, then check your own genealogy. And those are the people you know. Do you have these kind of genes? Do you have the power to be president? I thought I might. Boy, was I mistaken. Yeah, so folks, that's, like I said, I've got a lot more information I could share with you, but I hope this has been enough to make you understand that what you think you have in the Constitution, what you think you have in the United States, is not the truth. The truth is, you have a specific set of bloodline and blood type rulers, and there is no getting around that. Well, gosh, I don't know what else to say at this point. I hope that this information has been enlightening and that it is taken with the spirit intended. I hope that you will start, I should say, I hope that you will stop hoping that things will change. I hope that you will start taking action other than, your petitions and everything, requesting permission from these people to make change or asking them to change something that they will never change because they're part of the system and benefiting dramatically from that system. Hope and change do not go hand in hand. Family values, morals, ethics, all those things will never take place in government until these Quakers, these Puritans, these Satanists, these Luciferians, these New World Order, New Age, Luciferian men and women get kicked out of the position of taking care of a land that they don't care about because all they're interested in is the afterlife. This is why church and state should indeed be separated. Because if you have a faith that the afterlife is more important than this life, why should you care about this life? Really? Again, my name is Clint Richardson. I thank you for joining me. I'll be here every week from 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. New York time. I really need something to eat. And it will be a 2-hour show, and it is called A World Without Gray. The World in Black and White. Until next Thursday, which is when it will air, I bid you adieu, and I thank you again for listening, and I hope that this has helped in your understanding of your enslavement. Good day, and good night.